Rakic. We will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Hey, thanks very much. And my only one is having a little video issue. I'm not able to see anyone right now, just before we get started.
We'll double check on that. You should be able to see Alexander, but we'll make sure.
Okay, well, we'll get started anyways. I mean, Alexander, now that a little time has passed from that last, actually more than one fight ago, but I'm just curious, how upset are you over that Ozdemir decision at this point? Because without that loss, you probably have a very good case for your own title shot already.
Fight, it doesn't matter, on this decision, I felt like a winner. And everybody who understands MMA and who saw that fight know that I'm a winner, The judges over there, they scored, they saw my leg, and my leg was big. And yeah, but this actually didn't bother me because I had a problem. It was not a problem. I had a vein under my knee, and Volkan kicked on it, and the vein pops out. So that's the reason they swell up like this. But I didn't have any pain, nothing. So the judges saw this. But if you see the whole fight, and if you see every exchange in our fight, I won every exchange. The numbers, I punched him more times in the head than me. Yeah, he put pressure, but it's you call this MMA is a mixed martial art, and this is not just going forward and getting punched. So I'm not sad about this, because in my things, and the people around the world knows that I won that fight, and I'm still undefeated in the UFC.
All right, and obviously going into a big fight at UFC 259, Thiago Santos, do you believe that he is the same fighter he was before the Jones fight? Because, he obviously suffered some very serious injuries. I know it's hard to judge off of just one fight, but a lot of people seem to think that his performance against Glover kind of suffered the after effects of those knee injuries.
Yeah, absolutely. In the last fight, you could see that he didn't fought for long, and the ring rust was there, but still dangerous. He dropped Glover two times, I think. And yeah, I think in our fight, he's gonna be more aggressive, like he's always. And I cannot say if it's the same fighter or not. Maybe he's a better fighter. Let's find out on Saturday.
So when you game plan for Thiago Santos, then, do you discount the Teixeira fight and just prepare for the old Thiago?
We know, all of us know that Thiago is a striker, but of course he need to train wrestling and grappling, because this is the sport, I trained a lot with kickboxers. I sparred a lot of kickboxers, because we know that Santos prefer the stand-up position. And of course, in every camp you need to do the wrestling part and the grappling part. And I did it, and I can mix things good up. But yeah, that's it. I didn't focus like now 100% on wrestling or on grappling to submit him, like Glover did. If it comes, it comes. You never know. A fight is a fight.
All right. Obviously, there's another big fight on the card this weekend in the main event. Israel Adesanya leapfrogged the division to fight Jan. Who wins that fight in your opinion? And does Adesanya deserve the immediate title shot?
Yeah, I think so. It's good for the promotion that Adesanya got the chance to fight for the title. He's a reigning and middleweight champion, and moving up and fighting for the light heavyweight title is good for the promotion and good for the sport. And I see this fight, I don't know, for me it's a 50-50 fight. I'm always saying, like, if the fight goes to distance, 5 rounds, I see easy win that fight. If it comes to the wrestling and grappling area, I see Jan in favor. He's a strong strong guy, and this guy knows how to grapple and wrestle, and he could make a very hard fight for Israel, and especially in this cage, it's very small, so he can cut off the distance very fast. And let's see, Israel gonna be the faster man for sure. He's gonna be lighter. The movement's gonna be on very like on point, I would say. And yeah, we're gonna find out on Saturday. I'm gonna watch in first row seats, stay tight, and see who may be me being my potential next potential opponent.
The last one for me. I mean, is there any potential worry on your part that if Izzy does win and then decides to defend the middleweight title or decides to pursue the Jones fight, that he could kind of tie up the division?
The UFC need to decide what they're gonna do if Israel Adesanya don't defend the light heavyweight title. They should put immediately an interim title, and yeah, that's my opinion on this.
All right, thanks very much, and best of luck this weekend.
You're welcome.
We will take the next set of questions from Augusto Niezgue with Somos MMA.
Alexander, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm fine, very good.
Alexander, my first question is, how was the preparation for this fight?
The preparation was hard, like always, but this time, the quality of the whole camp and of the whole preparation was amazing. My coaches know me now very good. I had great sparring partners. I brought some stand-up fighters, like pure kickboxers. I had some good MMA guys spar with at the American Top Team in Zagreb. I had my coaches who are still active and who are still training every day, and I needed to wrestle with them, to grapple with them. So it was a hard camp for me, but a lot of quality.
Excellent. And Alexander, both Thiago Santos and you have fought only once last year. So what do you think about that as a factor for this fight? Do you think that will play a part?
I mean, I wanted to fight more last year, but about the pandemic situation, I didn't have the opportunity. So, I mean, I always say, if the UFC give me more time between fights, it's not good for them, because I'm a guy like improving every day. Every day I'm improving everything, like striking, wrestling, and grappling, and also the mental thing. So it's just a matter of time when I'm gonna fight for the title and be the champion.
Awesome, sounds great. And which type of fight do you imagine on Saturday night?
Which what?
Which type of fight do you imagine?
I mean, probably he's a striker. My background is striking. Yeah, we're gonna see what he can brings on the table. For sure, he's not gonna shoot on me, because he preferred to fighting standing up. I'm ready for everything. I did my homework. I did everything what I could do, and if it comes to the wrestling and grappling area, I would be ready. And I know for myself that I'm not just a pure striker. I'm an all-rounder and a mixed martial artist.
Okay, and my last question, Alexander. You have already said that it's good for the promotion, but I want to know how happy or unhappy are you as a light heavyweight fighter with Adesanya skipping the line and going straight for the title? Does it bother you in a personal way, I mean?
No, it doesn't bother me. If Adesanya win the fight against Jan, and I put a great performance on Saturday, and if Israel want to defend the title, I would love to fight him. And he's a big name. He's a two belt. He holds, after this he holds 2 belts, and to fight him, would be great for me, and to take all his legacy, what he has, that will be great. But let's see on Saturday, because Jan is a dangerous guy, and he need to pass Jan, and we're gonna see what's happened.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you, man.
We will take the next set of questions from Nikita Gorshenin from Sport Express.
Alexander, big pleasure to talk to you, my man.
Thank you, man.
Alexander, Thiago had 2 serious injuries on his knees, 2 operations. So I wonder, maybe do you plan to kick in his knees, like, oblique kick, John Jones style, low kick, or you think it's maybe immoral, not very beautiful to attack injury knees? How do you think?
You never know. I mean, yes, he had knee surgeries, and but I know he watched my fights. I know he watched my last fight against Anthony Smith, and he know that I have dangerous calf kicks and leg kicks. So for sure, he's gonna be prepared for this to counter with punches when I'm on one foot. But I get ready to this. I drill this a lot, and I drill with sparring in the sparring session. But I mean, a fight is not only kicking the legs. He need to protect his head. He need to protect maybe the takedowns. The movement. It's not about the kicking. We're gonna see what happened on Saturday. But my first things first is not to attacking his knees and to probably injured him again, and we're gonna see. My most important thing is to be ice cold, and that's it.
Alexander, you have very big hips, giant muscles, hips. Have they always been like that way, or you especially lift weights and train your hips that way?
Yes, I was lifting heavy, and basically my genetics are like this. I played as a kid football, and I think my legs and my hips are strong from this. And I'm in this sport like now 16 years in martial arts, but I did also a knee surgery, and I did a lot of physiotherapies, and my got really strong on this. And I put heavyweight training, but this is very, very before the fight, So after I know I have a fight, or like 2-3 months before the fight, I'm not lifting very heavy. I'm focusing on explosiveness and on speed.
Alexander, several hours ago, I listened nice interview with Ariel Helwani, and you mentioned one interesting thing, that you trained with Mirko Krokop, and the first question you asked him how you set up your legendary high kick, but you didn't say what he answered you. Can you say what he answered you on this question?
Oh, no, this I cannot tell you because it's a secret thing, and if I do this, maybe Mirko gonna be angry on me, and I respect this guy. He's one of my idols, but it was amazing to train with him, and to just get some information from him. He's a true legend. That means a lot to me.
Alexander, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Alexander. That is all the time we had for you, sir.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. There. Get you guys out of here. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Just you two? Yep. Cool.
Next up, we will be joined by UFC bantamweight Casey Kenney.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Casey? Take your time, sir.
Cool.
Have you done this before, the virtual one?
I think I did something like that.
Okay, yeah. So they'll ask the questions here, but you'll respond correctly.
Got you.
Perfect. We now welcome UFC bantamweight Casey Kenney. Casey, thank you for the time, sir.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
We will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cage Side Press.
Hey, thanks very much. And Casey, obviously a huge fight this weekend, and I don't think I need to remind you of who you're fighting, Dominick Cruz, but just give us an idea of what it's like to be preparing for a name like that.
First and foremost, any fighter I prepare for, I focus on myself, sharpen everything that I have. But obviously, a guy like Dominick Cruz, that's why I got into this sport, to fight guys exactly like that, fight legends of the sport, and, chase a belt.
When the call came and that name was offered to you, I mean, how surprised were you to hear Dominick Cruz as your opponent?
It was definitely a pretty surreal moment, but I knew that a top 15 guy was probably coming. And, if you look at who was matched up, look at the top 15, between top 15, top 10, I figured Dominick Cruz's name was probably somewhere in there. But it was a surreal moment when I got the text, and, I was super pumped.
Now, Cruz is famous for saying he doesn't believe in ring rust. I'm curious if you're a believer in it, because I know it's only been 10 months or so since he fought, but you've also competed 3 times since then.
Yeah, I'm never counting him out. He came back after a long time and won his belt. But for me personally, staying active, I couldn't have had a better 2020 to prepare me for Dominick Cruz beginning of 2021. So I like to stay active, and I think I perform better when I'm an active fighter. So that's just me personally. For him, I'll never count him out. He doesn't believe in ring rust, so I don't see any coming.
And this is obviously a big weekend for the division in general. You've got the title fights there at 259 as well. Jan versus Sterling. Who do you see winning that?
Man, I'd like to see Jan winning, just because I'd like to fight him one day, and why not for a belt? So, but that's going to be a tough fight.
All right. Well, thanks very much for your time, Casey. Best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Casey. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask you is, how do you feel of being the main fight on the prelims in such a big card, like with 3 title fights on the line?
It's a huge spot. This is a step up for me, the featured bout of the prelims. It's exactly the spot that I feel like I should be in, and looking to capitalize on it.
Okay, do you feel underestimated by a lot of MMA fighters or MMA fans because you're fighting Dominick Cruz and he's like, oh, he's going to beat him or something like that? How do you feel about hearing those comments?
Everyone's gonna have something to say. There's gonna be a lot of people to doubt you, but I got a strong mind, and my mind's bulletproof. So people can say what they want, and I know what I'm bringing to the table on Saturday.
Okay, if you get the W on this fight, where do you think you're going to be with the victory over Dominick Cruz?
I think it's the position that I need to be in. I want to go after a belt, and taking out a guy in the top 15, especially a former champion. It's the direction that I want to be in. I don't think it puts me into a title shot, but I knock off 2 or 3 more wins this year, and I'll definitely be knocking on that door.
Okay, we have the title fight on Saturday, and who do you think is going to win, Aljamain or Pearce?
I'm going to go with Jan. I think he gets it done in the later rounds.
Okay, and the last thing for me, would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans?
A message to the fans?
From Ecuador, your friends from Ecuador.
Can you say that one more time? Ecuador. Oh, my friends from Ecuador. So I'll say hello. Fans from all over the world that support me. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Casey, and good luck on the fight.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Casey, obviously this is a big opportunity for you. Were you surprised or impressed that, not only you got Dominick Cruz, but he accepted the fight against you? Because we do see a lot of times, guys in the rankings, guys who are former champions, they only want the top guys. They only want to fight the guys that ranked ahead of them, that kind of thing. And we don't see a lot of these kind of matchups. I love the matchup. Were you impressed that he actually took the fight?
Yeah, super grateful that I got this opportunity, but I think it's a step where he wants to go too. If he wants to be in the title contention again, just jumping back into a title probably isn't going to happen. So he needs to start with, the guys that are working their way up. And when you look at the list of guys in the bantamweight division who are working their way up to a title, my name comes first, and or at least one of the first. And like I said, it's a great opportunity, and I'm glad he accepted.
Is there something to be said about beating a guy like Dominick Cruz might even be bigger than beating a higher ranked opponent? No offense whatsoever to some of the guys ranked ahead of him, but Dominick's, maybe the greatest bantamweight of all time. Is there something to be said about beating a guy like this versus maybe getting like the number 6 guy in the division or something like that?
Yeah, of course. The first thing that they want to see when you become a champion or fight for a title is that you beat former champions. and there's a handful of them in the division, and why not start with Dominick?
I'm curious because, Dominick has had so much time off that we kind of wonder, where he's at. Obviously, he had to fight with Cody Garbrandt. No shame in losing that. And then 4 years later, comes back and loses to Cejudo. Again, no shame in that. But what do you expect out of Dominick? Because, it's hard to predict where he's at in his career right now.
I prepared for, the best Dominick Cruz that you guys are ever going to see. And if that's the one that shows up, I'll be ready. If the best Dominick Cruz doesn't show up, then I'll be ready as well. But, I'm definitely preparing for him to be the best that he's ever been.
The last one for me, we've seen this before, when you get your opportunity to step in the spotlight, you get a chance to shine. Obviously, this is the featured prelim on, what is going to be a massive pay-per-view. Do you feel like this is kind of your chance to, kind of introduce yourself to a wider audience and kind of let the bantamweight division know, that you are a serious threat? Because when you look at Dominick Cruz's record, there's only a handful of guys who have ever beaten him, and it is special to hold a win over a guy like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think, my whole life, my whole career, the brighter the lights, the brighter I get. And, no different on Saturday. I'm in the position that I need to be in to get where I want to be in the division. So, looking to perform and capitalize on everything.
Thanks, Casey.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Augusto Niezgue with Somos MMA.
Casey, how are you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Casey, you have said it. You will face a legend on Saturday night. So how are the days before fighting someone like Dominick? Is there anything different in this fight week for you?
No, maybe just a little bit more media stuff, but that's pretty much all handled today. And, I enjoy all that. But preparation, weight cut, training, it's pretty much all the same. Any other fight, there's nothing different here.
Okay, and what about your family and friends? Have you received any special messages before the fight saying anything special for you?
Yeah, I got a lot of support from people all over. I tried to make friends wherever I go. And, they're giving me the normal support. But, for my family, my friends, it's definitely a surreal moment for them as well, seeing me, fight a guy like Dominick Cruz. So not only fighting for myself, but fighting for everybody that supports me.
Awesome. And what are going to be the keys for your victory, Casey?
Say that one more time. I think you cut out.
Yes. Where are going to be the keys for your victory on Saturday?
Oh, the keys to victory. I believe, one, first and foremost, just be myself. Go out and put on a show like I always do. And two, maybe a little bit of patience. Patience, I think, is going to be key in this fight.
And what do you need to be careful about Dominick's style?
Dominick's got a unique style. He does well when people chase him and miss a lot of punches. So not chase him so much, look for accuracy on my strikes. And I think it's going to be a good night for me.
Awesome. And my last question, Casey, you have fought 4 times last year. You're in a winning streak. So are you thinking to do that again on 2021 to stay active and keep winning?
Yeah, for sure. I like to fight that much. I'd fight 4 or 5 times a year if it was up to me. However, the position that I'm putting myself in, I see it may slow down just a little bit, trying to get the right fights, trying to get the right ranked opponents to get where I need to go. But I don't turn down many fights, so if the call comes, I'll be ready.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Casey, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Omar Mertzavci with S Sport.
Hello, Casey. How are you?
Good, dude. How are you?
Thank you, sir. Casey, people always asking your opponent, Dominick Cruz, they say he's a legend, he's a former champ. Is it an annoying thing? What do you think about that?
They pretty much rattled off everything that he's done, all his accomplishments, which are, right in front of everybody's face to see. And, he's had quite the career. But, I'm working my way up. I'm looking to make my name in the division. And, it's a good clash of the old veteran coming, seeing if he still got it, and the up-and-comer trying to prove himself.
Thanks, man. And my other question, you are usually someone who wins by decision Will you try to do something different on Saturday to earn bonuses?
No, go out and be myself. You know, I go to a lot of decisions, but you guys can watch me fight. I'm definitely not trying to go the full 15 minutes. You know, I'm trying to take your head off. I'm trying to end the fight. Fought a lot of tough dudes when we went to decision, but, you know, same thing goes for Dominick. I'm coming out to put him away.
Thank you, Casey. Good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Casey. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Not too bad.
Not bad, not bad. Good. Good.
All right, thank you. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep, take care.
I'll take it. I got it. Okay, cool.
We'll be joined by our next athlete momentarily, UFC lightweight Drew Dober.
Have you done one of the virtual ones before?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so they'll ask questions from here, but you'll answer correctly.
Okay, sounds good. It is like, are you guys reading it, or is it going to be?
No, there'll be people talking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right, sounds good.
We now welcome UFC lightweight Drew Dober. Drew, thank you for the time today, sir.
Man, this is what I live for.
We'll take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Hey, Drew. Appreciate the time today.
No worries, man. I got all the time in the world.
Awesome. So flat out, I want to start with this. I mean, 3 wins, 3 finishes. What do you attribute this recent success to? Because you've been absolutely on point for a little while here.
I'm having fun doing it. I'm just enjoying moments. I enjoy performing martial arts and enjoying being inside the cage under that limelight. So these knockouts come from the smile on my face.
Good stuff, man. And, you know, you're obviously going into a big fight here with Islam Makhachev. And when you hear someone like DC say he has what it takes to be champion, as the guy fighting him, what's your reaction? Does that motivate you more to be the one to stop him?
I mean, that means this fight's a #1 contender fight. Regardless of where we're at in the rankings, if he could be a champion, I know I could be a champion. I think this fight will determine who the next champion could be. And, man, it just excites me. I love challenges. And the more people hype up Islam, the more excited I get to test this hype.
And give us your thoughts on the matchup. I mean, obviously, this is a huge one, like you said. How do you see it playing out in the cage?
You never know. I mean, he hasn't fought in over a year and a half. I know he's a solid grappler, but he's got some solid hands too. It all dictates where he wants to, take the fight. Everyone knows I love standing and trading, so my goal is to get a knockout for you guys, and we'll see what Islam comes in with.
And we touched on it a little when you said, this could be a #1 contenders fight. Lightweight is a very, very deep division, obviously, and things are crazier than maybe they've ever been with the whole Khabib situation and will he or won't he come back. I mean, with all that in mind, what do you think they should do in terms of the title? And are you a fan of that kind of mini tournament idea they have?
I think, money makes sense. And so the fight that makes the most money is definitely going to be the next title fight. I don't focus so much on the UFC gold. My goal in the lightweight division is to have the most fantastic fights. And, man, there's a long list of guys in the lightweight division to have great fights with. And so they're going to figure out who the champion or the title fights are going to be. My goal is just to fight the best in the world and have fun doing it.
All right. Well, I hope you have a lot of fun this weekend, and thanks again for the time.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Stephen Morocco with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Drew, I don't suppose I could get you to opine on which lightweight title fight would make the most money for the UFC, would you?
I mean, I feel like if Khabib would come back to fight Conor for a rematch, that would make a lot of money. I mean, Conor is where the money's at. But if that doesn't happen, then the trilogy fight between Poirier and Conor, it has definitely a lot of money behind that one too. So, man, honestly, anything that evolves around Conor has the most money, but you can't argue with Dustin Poirier being deserving of the title.
So a slightly different topic. This is the last month of the Reebok deal. And you have fought with the promotion before it was in place and with it for several years. What's your reaction to it coming to an end?
Yeah, another phase. I'm excited to see what Venom brings to the table and what kind of sponsorship they want to bring. But I've really, truly enjoyed the Reebok sponsorship and just the kind of like the uniforms and all that stuff. So I just look forward to the next phase of the sponsorship. And, man, I'm just going to enjoy it.
Have they given you any sense of how the sponsorship is going to be similar or different in terms of the tiers of payouts?
No, I have zero idea. And so right now I'm just going to enjoy Reeboks while it lasts. And then when I fight again this summer, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, they don't tell the athletes much.
Do you have any thoughts overall? Has it been a positive thing, a negative thing for fighters in the sport?
It depends on who you are. I think if you were getting like some incredible sponsors, the olden times are the best for you. But I think Reeboks has done a really good job of unifying the sport and really just kind of making it cosmetically nice. And so I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what Venom's going to do.
Thank you, Drew.
We will take the next set of questions from Martina Saluch with In the Cage.
Hello, Drew. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Nice to see you smiling. Drew, simple questions from me. I would like to know how to neutralize such a high-level wrestling and grappling like Islam's.
You do it by playing mixed martial arts. I mean, if it was a straight wrestling match, I mean, he would be superior. But this is mixed martial arts, and I'm not new to jiu-jitsu. I'm a brown belt in jiu-jitsu, and I have wrestled, and I just prefer stand-up. And so I don't think I'm trying to negate his wrestling. I'm just trying to put the fight where I prefer it.
Okay. You are very well-rounded and more experienced fighter than Islam. Do you think that this would be a very important factor in this fight, your experience?
Yes. I don't think you see Islam Makhachev feel uncomfortable in the cage often. And so with my experience and my talent, my goal is to make him uncomfortable and to see kind of what he does after that.
Do you see yourself in top 15 after a possible win over Islam?
I would like to, but you never know with these rankings, whether I'm like 15 or top 10 or, man, they're going to put me in wherever. But with a win over Islam, I care less about the rankings, more with the opportunity of being able to compete with the best. And so with a win over Islam, I'll be able to fight bigger and better opponents.
Talking about fighting the best guys in the world, who do you have on your eye next after possible win?
Man, I would love to fight RDA this summer as a main event. I don't think he's got anything matched up. And so if he's available after my fight, that would be a match to make.
Thank you, Drew.
We will take our next set of questions from Cote Cruz with For to Win MMA.
Hi, Drew. Can you hear me?
Of course.
Hey, how you doing? Good to talk to you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Hey, you've had a very successful 2020. You finished Alexander Hernandez. You finished Nasrat as well. You currently are riding a 3-win streak. How do you envision your 2021 in terms of your career?
More fights. I would love to have more fights than I did in 2020. Getting knockouts for everyone is fantastic, but I don't expect for me to finish all my fights by knockout. So I just want more fights and more times to showcase my abilities inside the cage.
Well, since you're talking about abilities and all that growing, you're training in a place where everywhere you look, you're around, you have so much talent. You have Gagey, Magny, Overeem, Sandhagen, and on top of that, you have Coach Whitman. How was your preparation for Makhachev alongside Elevation Fighting?
It's motivating seeing those guys come in and grinding every day. It's fun to bounce skills off the best in the world and develop your own skills based upon it. We're not in there trying to emulate each other. We're making each other better. And man, when you train with the best in the world every single day, it definitely propels you to shine on your own.
Who would you say you've learned the most from all that bunch of people?
When you go into the gym, we look to fail. And so seeing world champions fail and learn in the gym, it gives you a little bit more comfort in the fact that you don't have to be picture perfect all the time. There's only 15 minutes that I need to be picture perfect. Any time outside of that, I can just get beat up and lose as many rounds as I want.
Yeah, I get it. Don't be perfect. Be clutch. So you've said it. It's an important part of Makhachev's hype is the fact that he's associated to Khabib Nurmagomedov. With that said, do you perceive Islam has the skills to live to said hype, or do you feel like you'll be exposing his game on Saturday?
I think he's extremely skillful. I think a lot of his hype comes from the talk of the Khabib. But, he could have earned it on his own with his skills. But I don't think he has quite yet, and I'm excited to see if he technically does live up to that hype on Saturday. And so yeah, I'm excited to see how skillful he actually is.
Well, you stated that you want to crack at the bigger names of the division. If you defeat Makhachev on Saturday, do you feel this win actually gets you to a place where you can climb that ladder finally?
Definitely. The only way you can fight the best in the world is you keep on winning. So a win over Islam will definitely put me in a position to fight, the higher ranked guys and eventually more eyes on my fights.
Well, sir, best of luck in your fight this Saturday. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Sumik Datta with Sports Kita.
Hey Drew, it's good to talk to you and hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
So you're obviously facing someone who is hugely popular in Russia and is being touted as Russia's next UFC champion. With all those acclamations being attached to Islam Makhachev's name, what do you think a victory does for you in the lightweight division, and how do you think it helps you progress in the career?
I think a win over Islam Makhachev will, give me more fans, more eyes on my fight career, gives me more opportunities to fight the bigger and better opponents. Man, this is, a huge fight for me and for him, and to showcase our abilities together. And I look forward to winning and just moving on to bigger and better things.
So in the past, you've highly spoken of a potential fight against Diego Ferreira. With a win this weekend, do you feel that's the potential fight that you'd like to get yourself booked into?
Man, I'm exhausted thinking about that guy. I've been thinking about him all of 2020. And so, man, I want to move on from it. I want to win over Islam, and I want to move on and fight just the best guys I can get my hands on in the lightweight division.
So could we expect that RDA fight next?
I don't expect anything. We'll see what the UFC offers or how they want to use me. But, man, I'm ready to fight anyone in the top 10.
Okay, and speaking of fights, I don't want to bring negative energy to your fight weekend by saying this, but would you possibly be interested in rebooking that fight against Beneil Dariush and maybe avenge that loss from 2 years ago?
If I'm going to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of rematches. I mean, it was an unfortunate loss. I had a great first round with him, and he had an even better second round. And, man, we already created that fight and that excitement. And, man, I'm just going to let him continue doing what he's doing, and I'm just going to try to move on and move past and fight RDA or fight someone different. I'm not trying to repeat experiences. I'm trying to create new ones.
Okay, and last question before I let you go. So the top of the lightweight division is quite stacked at the moment. And if Khabib is to walk away from the sport and vacate his title, who do you think has the best shot of being the next champion?
I think Dustin Poirier has the best shot of, winning that title, and well-deserved, too. He's put in a lot of work. And, I think you can't argue that Dustin Poirier is going to get the next title fight, and I'd put my money on him winning that title.
Well, thank you for your time, Drew, and I look forward to fight this weekend.
Thank you so much.
We will take our next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Drew. How are you?
Fantastic.
Okay, that's awesome. The first thing I want to ask you is, Islam has a lot of hype behind him. His sparring partners or training partners tells that he's the best lightweight in the world. So if you get the victory against him, how will you feel about that?
I think it's going to showcase the evolution of my career and my talent and my abilities. He's such a tough challenge, and he's a very good fighter. And so with a win over Islam Makhachev, I'm just going to put myself in a better position to earn better matchups and hopefully some respect on my name.
For sure. You were supposed to fight him in 2016, and it's been 5 years since that. So how do you feel? Who do you feel evolved more since that first match that didn't happen?
Oh, I mean, I think that worked in my favor. I think the Drew Dober of 2016 is nowhere close to the Drew Dober 2021. And, man, it's unfortunate for Islam that he gets the best version of in myself, and I've evolved way more than he has.
Okay, and what's your prediction for this fight? Do you see you finishing Islam?
I don't see the outcome at all. I'm just in there and going to enjoy moments. And Islam's going to determine when he wants to quit. I'm just going to enjoy every single moment of it.
Okay, that's awesome. And thank you very much for your time, Drew. And hope if you get the W, you get the fight against RDA. That will be a great fight.
I'm excited.
We will take our last set of questions from Nikita Gorshenin with Sports Express. Nikita, please go ahead. Your line has been unmuted. Okay, we will move on, and we will take our last set of questions from Omar Mertzafchi with S Sport.
Hello, Drew. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Hello. Thank you, sir. Drew, Islam is a very hype. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
Okay. Drew, your opponent Islam has very good wrestling. What do you think about it? Does this situation put pressure on you?
I mean, I think he's going to use wrestling to put pressure on me. And man, I'm excited to showcase my new evolved game. I've always wrestled, I've always played jiu-jitsu, but it's really coming into a good blend with my striking. And man, I'm excited to test myself against his wrestling.
Okay, my other question. Drew, you had a winning streak. What changes in your private life when you become a permanent winner?
Nothing changes. Man, I'm the same Drew Dober that I was when I was losing, when I was winning, at the end of my career, at the beginning of my career. Man, fighting has not changed my personality or my demeanor at all. I don't let other people or the sport change my smile.
Okay, my last question, Drew. Habib and his team time to time mock jiu-jitsu, and you say, I had a brown belt jiu-jitsu. What do you think about it?
They're mocking that my brown belt?
No. Generally, they mocking jiu-jitsu. They praise sambo.
Yeah, no, sambo is incredible. And man, like, this is why we're watching the sport. We're going to see how my brown belt in jiu-jitsu is going to affect against their sambo and how that's going to work. I mean, Islam's going to use his wrestling and use sambo, and I'm going to use my American wrestling and my Brazilian jiu-jitsu against him. And man, it's just exciting to see what like technical things are going to come out of it.
Okay, thank you. Good luck on Saturday, Drew.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Drew. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
Huh?
Thank you.
Oh, no worries. That's fun.
That's some rep, guys.
Oh, man, freedom.
All right. All right, man. Best of luck. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Great job, guys.
We will momentarily be joined by our next athlete, number 2 ranked UFC flyweight, Joseph Benavidez.
Ask any questions from here, and you'll just respond directly.
Okay. Okay. I'm hanging. I don't see who's asking me. I just talk to the camera.
Yeah, they'll introduce them, and so you'll hear their questions.
Oh, okay, okay.
The new normal, if you will.
Yeah.
We now welcome the number 2 ranked UFC flyweight in the world, Joseph Benavidez. Joe, thank you for the time today, sir.
Thank you.
We will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Hey, Joe, thanks very much for your time today. Always appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Not a problem. Now, I wanted to start flat out with your thoughts on the matchup here against Askar Askarov. I mean, you guys are 2-3 in the division, and he's obviously a hungry young guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's why I took the fight, you know. I mean, at this point, I think after my last title fight, I kind of, you know, came to the acceptance that was probably my last title fight. And that's kind of what I put in my mind. But for me, it's just, you know, I had some fight offers a little earlier and I wasn't loving it. Then when I finally decided, like, all right, this is a good time frame I want to fight in, you know, and take a good break and fall back in love with just training in the sport and the reality that, you know, it's maybe not for a title anymore. Well, still, what's the next best thing? Like, I'm still wanting to fight the best in the world. I don't want to, you know, go another route. So that was the fight that motivated me for that reason, that it was still a guy at the top. He's never lost, number 3 in the world. And just, I've always been here, even in between title fights, fighting the best guys, you know. And like I said, the title wasn't there. So it's kind of like, well, the highest ranked guy is the next best thing for me. And that's why I do it, for that kind of challenge to fight the best and prove to myself that I can still compete with the best. So, you know, it was perfect recipe, great time, as far as time off for health and all that stuff. And that was it. So I'm just excited to fight a guy in the top 3 still.
You mentioned it a couple times in your answer there. I mean, the title might not be there for you. Was there ever a question or ever a point where you kind of doubted if you were going to continue, where you said, you know, I've gone as high as I can go, maybe that's it?
No. No, I mean, obviously, like, no matter what point you're at in your career, like, coming off a loss, you want to fight again, like, immediately. You know, so, like, you want that short memory of just like, oh, I want to get that out of my mind. So I knew I didn't want, like, my last fight to be my last fight after. But at the same time, it took some time to kind of just motivate myself again, knowing, coming to the acceptance that, like, oh, well, now the next one's not going to necessarily be this. So when I was getting fight offers, it was more about, like, well, why am I going to fight this? Just to, you know, squeeze in a fight before 2020 ends? Is it for this? Is it for that? I don't love the opponent. So I was honestly just taking my time. But obviously, like I said, like, knowing I want to fight again, and then through training, not for a fight, just realize, like, oh, this is actually fun. You know, I'm enjoying it. And like I said, I always wanted to get in. So no, after the last fight, there was never a doubt, because it was like, well, that's not, like, how things are ending for me. So no, it was more about not having that thought, but the thought of just, hey, well, can I have fun and enjoy doing this without that ghost of the title kind of looming like it has been my whole career? Like, can I do that and be motivated and be happy and be, you know, acceptant of fighting, you know, just to fight, just to challenge myself, just, you know, because I love it. And through training, I've done that. And now here comes the fight.
You've also got a lot of stuff going on outside of fighting, and I'm wondering how important that is to you in terms of that happiness that you mentioned. You've got the podcast with Megan now. You do the movie reviews. I actually saw you gave Drive a 10 out of 10, which is an awesome movie.
Yes, that was my favorite movie of that month.
Definitely. How important is having all that stuff as kind of a distraction to you?
Oh, I mean, it's honestly everything. Like it's insane. I think as you get older, like you have to, like with anybody, like I think there's a point of obsession to succeed in anything. And, you know, you kind of have that, but then, you know, at the end of the day in your life, you need balance as well. And the longer I get through my career, the more I can balance things. You know what I mean? Because I put in this, you know, this part of the obsession part where it's like I didn't care about anything when I first started fighting. Like I didn't have a social life. Like I remember moving to California and like I feel like I didn't get laid in like a year, and I didn't even care because I was just working and training and knowing I was going to succeed at something. You know, just pretty much live in the gym all day. And I'm sorry that came off kind of piggish, but like that is just, I think, a good like sign to show you like you moved to California as a kid from New Mexico. Hey, I want to like try to get some girls as a young like fighter in California. But I'm like, I didn't care. Like I didn't like talk to a girl nonetheless, do anything with them for like a year. And I didn't even realize like it wasn't a thing. I just didn't care. Therefore, it's kind of like the balance through time has gotten better. And like, so the last fight was very devastating as far as a loss. And the first fight with Demetrius Johnson was a split decision loss. And that was a little more devastating as far as getting over. And when I look back at it, the big reason is because when I lost that first fight against Demetrius Johnson, like that was all I had, was being a fighter, right? That was all, like my whole self-worth relied on being the best, being the champion. And then all of a sudden, like I wasn't, and it didn't go my way. And like, no one's going to love me. Like I'm only matter because like I'm a good fighter. And I had nothing to fall back on, even though, you know, I had people in my life that loved me, and it took that loss to realize like, oh, like Megan was there for that. My now wife, and all my friends and my family were still there. But you know what I mean? Like you just have less of a balance. I had less of a balance when that happened, where now, like that was probably on paper a harder loss and being my last title fight ever. But when you're secure and you feel worth in other parts of your life, you know, like it's very important for these downs that you will have in this sport and these hard times you do have in your professional life, you know, to have something else that make like I go home and I'm not the best fighter in the world, but like Megan thinks I'm the best husband ever. And even my dog thinks I'm like, I mean, he doesn't know any better. Anyone that pets him, I'm sure he likes, but he thinks I'm the best, you know, dad ever. So it's just one of those things, you know, talking about the balance, like that's what we try to achieve. And you kind of only get it with time. And like I said, like the last loss was tough and the other one was tough. But when you have, I think, worth outside of it and stuff to fall back on and established and kind of take the blow from you, and with relationships and everything you've made, it definitely makes it a little easier. So that is one of the most important parts, I think, about having some stuff outside. And then also just to get your mind off of shit. Like the fight's coming, you're locked in a hotel, you're doing interviews, you're going to fight, you're going to warm up, you're going to answer questions about the fight. It's just, to me, important. Like I'm looking at like plants to plant in my backyard and like watching movies all week. I might be doing like some tax stuff, but it's just important to have, you know, other things to take your mind off and not just sit here and like, you know, overthink every single thing, because the fight's coming and you know you're ready for it.
Do you have a go-to?
Long answer. There we go.
Oh, I like it. Good stuff. I'm glad you found the balance too. You mentioned watching movies fight week. Do you have a go-to movie that you watch during fight week, or?
Not really. Like I honestly used to like watch like Rockies and fight movies more so. But once again, that was when like all I cared about was fighting. And look, Rocky 1, probably still one of my favorite movies ever. And boxing movies like Rocky and Raging Bull are probably 2 of my favorite movies ever. But it's like, it's all about that balance again. For one, I watched those movies, you know, upwards of 50 times each probably. And so fight week, it's one of those things like where you get the balance and it just becomes another day. So now I can watch a movie I'm going to cry at, you know. I try to watch a movie I want to cry at, you know, like it's just like I want to watch this movie. Just you have the downtime to do it, so it's more just about like I just watch a movie I want to do. Like I'm going to watch this movie Nomadland next. It's one of the best of 2020 titles, just came out streaming. Probably watch that as my next movie. I have a ton of movies on the Showtime app that they have in the room that I can actually watch on the TV. So those used to be my go-to movies, but it's funny because it goes back to the last question of like, you also need something to take your mind off of fighting. So whether that be, you know, a comedy, a drama, or something else, just something else, you know, that is going to feed like my interest as a person and not because at the end of the day, like I'm going to fight and that's what I'm doing all week long. So, you know, I just mix it up. Whatever movie I pretty much want to watch, I don't have a go-to right now.
All right, last one for me. I mean, you said a few times now, you know, you feel like the last one was your last title fight, but do you hold out hope, you know, going into a fight with someone like Askar Askarov, who's, you know, ranked right below you in the division that, hey, a big performance, maybe one after that, and I could sneak back in?
Nah, I don't think about it. You know, if you guys do and anyone else does, you know, that's great and that's their job. But I kind of, like I said, it took me just taking this fight to come to an acceptance. So I'm not really like going back on that and putting all that, not pressure, but just that whole emphasis that I've had my whole career on like, when's the next title shot? What do you got to do for the next title fight? Because I've always been right there. So I've already had questions asked about it and that's great. But in my mind, I made the decision that was probably my last title fight. I go out there and fight and I take it fight by fight regardless.
All right, well, best of luck in the fight this weekend, Joe.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Stephen Morocco with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Joe. I just want to touch on something that you said briefly. Reflecting on that fight with Davison, you said, well, that's the wrong way to end things. What is the right way?
You know, the right way would obviously be like something that makes ESPN top 10 and this great head kick spinning knockout, like, you know, something like that. But like that is the easy answer, but you don't really know, I think, because every fight is such a different adventure and it's so different. Like I've lost fights and been proud of my performance and just know I didn't win. And I've won fights and been disappointed that I felt like I didn't perform. And I was still disappointed even though I won and I felt like I could have done better. So look, that's what's great about this sport. When I talk about chasing a ghost, like the reason I lasted so long is because I always think my next fight's going to be good, you know? And actually a director said that about his movie career and I just took it. Akira Kurosawa, I think, said that. But I think that's such a great quote when I read it, is like, that's why I've lasted so long, because I always think my next fight's going to be good. And I always think, oh, I'm going to fight how I think I can fight in my next fight. And you never really do. That's why you do it again and you do it again and you do it again. But you keep that thought of like, I'm going to be good this time. So with that being said, like there's not really a perfect way to end it, because it's always like, oh, my next one could be good. So I don't know. I think it would just, it'll have to be a feeling that I probably can't explain. Like I've dedicated my whole life to this. I can't say a perfect way to end it. Yeah, a perfect way to end it would be winning the title. We've established that maybe isn't going to happen. So it's like, I can't really almost put like a worth or like a value on like how it should be. It would just have to be a feeling of like a mixture of things. Like, how much did I enjoy this fight week? You know, how much did I enjoy the actual process of challenging myself and the warm up and the walkout and the weight cut and everything? And how good did the fight go? How pleased was I with that? Like, I think it kind of has to do a little bit with everything. So to answer your question, yeah, I don't think there's a perfect one, and there never will be. But I know it wasn't the way my last fight went.
On a slightly different topic, what's your reaction to the deal with Reebok coming to an end?
I don't really know I would have to know the details of the next deal, I think, to discuss it, because I never disliked the Reebok partnership as a lot of people do. I think it was necessary for the sport, and I know a lot of people suffered as far as pay and sponsors go, but it was the necessary thing that had to happen, I think, as far as locking down an outfitter and us having a cohesive look when we go out, and not having Condom Depot and dude wipes and stuff on us. And it's kind of, I was never a big sponsor guy anyway. And I know most people's argument would be, oh, I'm losing so much money from sponsors. Like, my sponsors wouldn't sponsor me anymore. And it's like, well, why wouldn't they sponsor you anymore? They can still sponsor you. Did they want to sponsor you, or did they just, you know, want the notoriety and, you know, to be in the cage, to be on a banner, to be to all these eyes? And I know that has a lot to do with it, marketing. But if they cared about you as an athlete, they would still continue to sponsor you, you know, just like any other brand does, as far as marketing and advertisement does. Instagram might be stronger. So, you know, it's easy for me to say I started at the top of the Reebok pay scale, you know, with my fights and the way they've been in. And I don't know I don't know the details of the next one, how the money is, if they're fixing the complaints, if they're, you know, fixing any of the clothes. But I do know this: I would like to be eventually like I would like to work as somewhat of a liaison through like the middle of the UFC and the outfitting, and be like the fighter with the opinions on kind of what it could be for, you know, stuff we can wear, stuff we get in our bag, how this and that should go, as far as all that. Because I think there's a lot of things that were wrong. Like, the things I didn't like about the Reebok deal weren't things other people don't like. Like, people didn't like, oh, I'm getting less money. I hated that it was just plastered with UFC instead of Reebok. Like, it wasn't a Reebok outfit, it was a UFC outfit. I hated that everyone would just wear it all day and not wear whatever they wanted. Like, you have to wear this all week, and now you have a chance not to, and you still wear it. So stuff like that, I just thought it looked a little too, you know, billboard, kind of talking billboard style. But that's something I would also like to do to contribute to the sport at the end of the day, you know. Just be like, oh, can I maybe put in some intel and, you know, work in between, and, you know, design even, I think would be really cool in between the two, even though I'm sure it's another brand with another designer and everything. But there's some sweet spot in there I think I would like to help with.
Thank you, Joe. And also, Nomadland was great.
Yeah, I'm watching it after these interviews. I'm telling you.
You're going to cry.
It's my next one. Oh, I'm ready.
Okay, be ready.
Okay, perfect. Well, we'll let you get to it, Joe. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
I'm right there with you, though. I want to feel all the range of emotions when I watch movies.
We will momentarily be joined by our next athlete, number 3 ranked UFC flyweight Askar Askarov. We now welcome the number 3 ranked UFC flyweight contender in the world, Askar Askarov. And we will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Hey, thanks very much. And Askar, you're fighting Joseph Benavidez, obviously a very well-known name among the flyweights. So just give us your thoughts on this matchup and fighting someone with his high profile.
Аскар, ты дерешься с одним из самых известных и титулованных бойцов в этом весе, Джозеф Бенавидес. Поделись своими мыслями вот, вообще насчет этого боя и насчет стилистики боя. Как ты с ним сходишься?
Бой для меня имеет большой смысл. Должен выиграть его. Я могу его побить, следующий бой будет.
Well, obviously, this fight has a lot of sense for me. If I'm gonna pass, if when I will pass the Joseph Benavidez, the next step gonna be a goal fight for me. But Joseph Benavidez has been a while in this game, and he's a tough guy. This is you know that better than me that he has everything, all the skills in the world to go out there and fight. But this is my time.
And I was going to ask about the title shot because this does feel like with a win, Askar would be right there. Is there any concern though? I mean, anything can happen in MMA, and Cody Garbrandt almost had a title shot at flyweight. Is there any concern that maybe you would still need to fight again after this before a title shot?
Говоря о титульном бое, если все пройдет удачно в эту субботу, ты думаешь, ты подерешься за титул, или же что-то такое может произойти, там, к примеру, Коди Гарбранд может влезть в гонку за титул, или же ты уверен, что после этого боя ты будешь претендентом номер 1?
После этого боя, если Коди спустится, разницы нету, я поддержу всем. То если выиграю, пусть все равно разница.
Well,
буду драться как заслуженно.
I don't know what's gonna happen, but I truly believe after this fight I have to fight for the title. And if Cody Garbrandt, decides to go down, I can welcome him in this weight division as well. But I don't know. It's a UFC boss's call, but my thing is to walk out there and fight anyone who's in front of me and who's on my way to the belt. So either it's gonna be the next fight for the belt, or I have to do another few fights. But I'm here and I have a goal.
You fought to a draw with Brandon Moreno in your UFC debut. He fought to a draw with Davison Figueiredo a few months ago at UFC 256. When that rematch happens, who do you think will win the title?
Ты дрался с Брэндоном Морено. Брэндон Морено сейчас подрался с чемпионом Фигуредо, и у них опять-таки состоялась ничья. Как ты думаешь, пройдет их реванш? Кто выйдет в этом бою?
Я думаю, на этот раз Брэндон выиграет. Только сын. Я дрался с ним в Мексике. Мне было очень тяжело. Бой был в Мексике. И я сына не тренировался там. Насчет Фигуэро Бенавидес, Фигуэро Морено, я думаю, Морено выиграет.
In the second fight, in the second match of Figueiredo Moreno, I really believe that Brandon Moreno gonna win this one. I know because I fought Brandon Moreno in Mexico City. It was like really tough fight. Yeah, as you mentioned, we ended up in a draw, and I mean I felt the guy, and I know what he's capable of. And as I see this fight is coming in the rematch, the Brandon Moreno gonna come out as a champion.
Last one for me. Would it mean more to you to fight Moreno for the title because you've fought to a draw already?
В таком случае, вот если Брэндон Морено выйдет чемпионом со следующего боя, это будет для тебя как-то большая мотивация, потому что ты с ним уже дрался.
Для меня будет это большая мотивация больше тренироваться с ним. С чаем.
Yeah, I would like really love, to have a rematch with Brandon Moreno, and if it's gonna be for the belt, that would it's gonna be double my pleasure in this fight.
All right, thanks very much for the time, and best of luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Askar, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask you is, how do you feel of facing a legend like Joseph Benavidez in this very important card with 3 titles on the line?
Как вообще твое настроение и твой подход против бою с Бенавидезом в таком большом грандиозном карде, где на кону 3 пояса? Это, в общем, один из самых сильнейших кардов в году. И плюс ты дерешься с одним из именитых, можно сказать, легендарных бойцов UFC.
Я дрался, не считаю, что настолько дрался с ребятам. У меня нет разницы. Играю такую.
I don't pay attention much. I don't pay attention much on the side factors. That is the big card, that the opponent is famous, and for me, it's still the same. I just walking out there and there's an opponent. It doesn't matter how big name he has, big name, small name, newcomer, former champion, or a champion. If you ask me, as a fighting skill, I don't really believe that my best opponent was Alexander Pantoja. He was way tougher. He was more hungry, better skill set fighter. But and I passed him through. All right, now I'm facing this, and this is, of course, it's good for my career. It's good for the publicity, but he's just another opponent.
For sure. Okay, and if you get the victory over Joseph Benavidez, do you think you're next for the title?
Если ты побеждаешь Джозефа Бенавидеса, ты дерешься за титул?
Я думаю, 100%.
I don't see any option when after this fight. I don't see any other option. I'm like 100% positive that I'm gonna fight for the title.
Okay, so you already faced Brandon Moreno, and it's a upcoming fight for the title between him and Figueiredo for the second time. Who do you think is going to win that fight?
Опять такой же вопрос. Кто ты думаешь выиграет Фигуэредо и Морено во втором бою?
Ну, думаю, выиграл Марена.
Well, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I've been asked this question today a few times. I think Brandon Moreno gonna come out as champion after the rematch.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Askar, and good luck on the fight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Askar. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, done?
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We will momentarily be joined by our next athlete, UFC bantamweight Kyler Phillips.
Straight ahead in the camera.
It's good in the hood.
We now welcome UFC bantamweight Kyler Phillips. Kyler, thank you for the time today, sir.
What's up, my man? What's your name?
My name is Christoph. I'm with the UFC PR team. I'll introduce the journalist for you.
Okay, sweet.
We'll take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Hey, Kyler. Thanks very much for joining us today. Just wanted to start off flat out. Give us your thoughts on this matchup with Song Yadong.
It's just like another fight, another guy standing in the way. I'm still gonna just go out there and perform and do the best that I can, and I know that when it's time to shine, it's gonna be mine.
Now, I know you say it is just another fight, but he is ranked 14th in the bantamweight division, and you're on a big card here, pay-per-view card, 3 title fights. You're on the televised prelims. Does that motivate you more to go out and make a big statement, knowing that more eyes are going to be on it, and potentially this fight could land you in the rankings?
I mean, yes and no. You know, like the fact that it's a bigger opportunity is definitely going to hype you up more. But at the end of the day, it's the same thing. And all the time, you got to just take every single day, one day at a time, and have fun and make the most of it. And I feel like this fight is just another step. This guy is just another dude in the way. I got to take him out and continue to rise to the top.
Good stuff. And, 2020, to put it bluntly, sucked for a lot of people. But for you professionally, you made it to the UFC. You won both your fights once you arrived. What are you looking for in 2021 in terms of building on that success?
Say it again?
You had a really good 2020, so I'm kind of curious what you're looking for in 2021 in terms of just building on the success you've already had.
Keyword, you just said build. I'm just going to keep building my kingdom here and keep building the things that I have to do and not really focus too much on what happens on the outside, but just my priorities is to get to the top and stay there. And I just need to keep working inch by inch. And sometimes I'm going to have to take bigger leaps. And I feel like this fight is one of those bigger leaps, but it's just another one.
What about Yadong do you feel makes this a bigger leap?
It's just the timing of his career and my career. And he's got some big names that he's fought, but not much, you know what I mean? It's like anybody, it's 4-ounce glove, you got to respect, but I'm going to put it to him and I'm going to be on his ass.
All right, and last one for me. When we talk about big fights, none bigger in the division than the title fight on Saturday. Who do you see winning in Jan versus Sterling?
I just said that I'm just going to take Jan because, it's just his abilities and I feel like his mental fortitude, but Sterling, you can never count him out, and he's just so he's got a different style of grappling and wrestling than your average fighter. So it just depends if Jan is able to counteract that, and if his style performs well against that lanky kind of like it's just a different style, and I feel like it's a different speed, and if he can crack him and he can put him out, but Aljamain can also take him down, and he's got some weird, tricky subs that he can pull off.
All right. Well, looking forward to your fight this weekend, and thanks very much for the time. Best of luck.
Cool. Thanks, man.
We will take the next set of questions from Corey Kamershak with UFC.com.
Hey, my man, I'll be asking the question.
Okay.
You can still respond.
All right.
So this is your first time fighting the Apex. Do you think it being a smaller octagon will be a factor for you?
It definitely does a little bit, but it doesn't at the same time. So it's a little bit smaller, but just means there's more action, and I like action. So let's get to business.
And what kind of fight are you expecting on Saturday night?
I'm thinking about a firefight, but I'm also thinking a technical fight. I'm thinking of a multi-dimensional fight, my type of fight. That's the Matrix fight is the one that's, I'm going to be on him and I'm going to take him to different levels. I'm going to, bring him to the sea with me, see if he can swim, and then take him on the mountains. You got some balance. Can you play this game with me? He's going to be playing my game, bring him up to the sky. Can you fly? You don't have wings? What's the matter? So I'm going to keep putting new elements, adding new elements of the Matrix in there, and he's going to get steps behind. And once I'm able to capitalize, I'm going to unplug him from the Matrix.
And if things go well for you on Saturday night and you get a win, where do you think this?
Again, it would be cool to, break the rankings and stuff, but I don't really care. I just want to get good fights and keep going forward. And whoever they put in front of me is just another person in the way. So I feel like there's so many people in the division. We just got to take them all out.
Cool. And lastly, for me, obviously it's a really big fight card, probably the biggest of the year. What's going to be going through your head as you make the walk?
Just truth, man. Honestly, when I walk in there, when I step in there, I feel like this is my octagon. Like you step in there and I'm going to sell some things to you and you're going to buy, I'll make you pay. And, once you can't pay anymore, I'm going to evict you. And I just feel like that's my place to be, and it feels like where I belong.
Awesome. Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Kyler. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, the first thing I want to ask you is, how do you feel of fighting in such a competitive division in the UFC?
It feels great. It feels alive. I feel more livelihood because it's a more stacked division. And that being said, it's just more competitive. And when it comes down to business, I do it best. So I'm going to just keep taking what I have and moving forward. And I just can't wait.
For sure. You train in MMA Lab, so training with good fighters like Benson Henderson or Sean O'Malley, what do you learn from those fighters?
Maniac McGee.
For sure.
Yeah, no, I'm learning a lot, man. It's not just learning, it's just having fun too. We go out there and every day in training, it's a blast and it's a good balance that we get. We get serious when it comes down in time to work hard, we work hard. But also when it's time to have fun, we just enjoy the moment and, take the patience that it needs to do what we have to do, but also, going out there and playing the game.
For sure. How do you see playing this fight against Song Yadong? Do you see a striking war or a more technical fight?
I see a technical fight, but I also see first round, second, third round. I'm a type of fighter that has so many different skill set, and I'm going to bring a big toolbox with me. And all those tools are sharp. So it depends how he wants it, however I want to serve it up. I'm going to bring a 7-course meal, you know what I mean? And he's going to bring maybe a couple dishes, but I got a 7-course meal and it's 5-star. So some high quality stuff out there.
Okay, and the last one for me. If you get the victory over Song Yadong, would you like to call someone out?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, thank you very much, Kyler, and good luck on the fight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyler. That is all the time we have for you, sir. We appreciate it.
The bantamweight, flyweight, champ of the world, Triple C.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
We will momentarily be joined by our next athlete, number 14th ranked UFC bantamweight Song Yadong.
应该不会说太长，需要记上。
We are now joined by the number 14th ranked UFC bantamweight contender in the world, Song Yadong. And we will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Hi. Hi, Song. Welcome back. Thanks very much for being here with us today. First of all, just give us your thoughts on Kyler Phillips as an opponent and your thoughts on this fight overall.
就是你对你这个对手的感觉，就是什么感受？
我觉得对手是一个很全面的选手，然后还有好的柔术，还有很好的，我觉得这是一个非常好的。
He feels that Kyler is a very well-rounded fighter, and then he has a good jiu-jitsu and on the ground works. He feels a really good matchup.
It's an interesting opponent. Obviously, Kyler has had success in his UFC career so far. He's won his first 2 fights. But, after beating Chito Vera, did you think maybe, even though that fight was at 145, you might get a ranked opponent?
就是打那个Kyler Phillips， 虽然他是在他的那个比赛里面打得挺好的，然后在你赢得了就是Chito Vera之后，你觉不觉得会打一个有排名的？虽然说你当时打的是145的。
我那个时候因为接比赛太紧了嘛，我也不想那么多。因为我当时那个Chito Vera他也没有排名，就是他15排名。但我想肯定是。
He feels really open about this. For Chito's fight, he got a short notice for like 2 weeks, so it's hard for he didn't cut that much weight on that fight. But yeah, he's open for any fighters he can match up with.
Now that you are going back to bantamweight, how has the cut been this time around?
就是这次你回到了那个雏量级，然后你觉得是怎么样？
我觉得我的体重就是雏量级比较适合体重，而且有更好的表现。
He feels like his weight is for bantamweight, so he feels like he will get a good performance at bantamweight.
And obviously this weekend there's a big bantamweight title fight on the card. Peter Yan versus Aljamain Sterling. Who do you see as coming out victorious in that fight?
就这个周末雏量级也是有冠军赛，就 Peter Yan 和那个测了一下。
我觉得那个Sterling 会更有优势。
He feels like Sterling probably have more advantage in this fight.
All right. Well, thanks very much for your time. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Pablo Santamaria with Noti MMA Ecuador.
Hi, Song Yang. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, I can.
It's been almost a year since you fought last time. So, what's the reason that you've been so inactive the last year?
就是快1年没比赛了，就是他说是为什么？就是这1年没有动作。
我也不知道，时间过得很快，这1年就过去了，而且之前我有配对过几个选手的，败了很遗憾。我拖到现在也觉得自己很困难啊。
Yeah, time flies. It's like for 10 months, and he has some matchup actually in between, but because the opponent has some injuries and stuff, and then it goes to now and to his fight, and he totally understands it's special time and UFC having difficulties to match up everybody, and then he appreciated that.
Okay, so do you deserve a higher ranked fighter than Kyler, or do you like this style of fight this much?
他问就是你觉得你应不应该打一个排名更高的，还是说你觉得 Kyler 这个也挺好？
我觉得我应该打一个排名更高的选手，但是我觉得跟凯尔打也可以锻炼我自己。
He feels definitely he would like to find a higher ranked guy, but Kyler is also good for him, and he will get good experience from this fight.
For sure. If you get the victory in this fight, who would you like to fight next? Because this is such a stacked division, so you can fight a lot of good fighters in this division.
就他说，如果你赢得了这场比赛，你下一个你想要打谁？因为在你们这个级别还是很多好的选手。
想打一个前10里面的选手吧。
He would like to challenge somebody ranked top 10.
Okay, and the last thing for me, would you like to send a message to your Ecuadorian fans?
你可以给波多黎各的粉丝说一些话吗？
感谢波多黎各的粉丝们，然后支持我，希望你们关注这场比赛，带来一个精彩的表现。
He want to thank the fans out there, and then he want them to watch the fight this weekend, and he will promise for a good performance.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, Song, and good luck on the fight.
Thank you.
We will take the next set of questions from Corey Kamershak with UFC.com.
Hi, I'm actually Corey, so I'll ask, but if you can, just still try and look at the camera when you respond. Okay. So this is your first time fighting in the Apex. Do you think fighting in a smaller octagon will be a factor?
Yes, it is. It's a little bit small.
And what kind of fight are you expecting on Saturday?
你对周六的比赛你有什么期待？
因为我很久没有比赛了，我希望自己能够发挥好自己的实力，我觉得就可以了。
Because he haven't been fight for a while, and he hoped that he could do like when he's training. So then he feels good enough about it.
So if things go well for you on Saturday and you get your hand raised, where do you think this puts you in the division?
如果你周六赢得了比赛的话，你觉得在你的这个级别里面，你会是一个什么样的位置？
就还是前排名第14选手，或者有可能打进来。需要更多的把更高排名的选手前走。
He feels probably it depends. Like he's ranked 14 right now. If he did a good performance, maybe it brought him upper level. But he definitely needs to find people that rank higher than him to bring him up.
And then last for me is this is one of the biggest fight cards of the year. How does it feel to be on such a big fight card, kind of like eyeballs watching it fight?
说这个周末的比赛是就是这一年最大型的一次比赛。就你对于在这么受关注的比赛里面来打的话，你是什么感觉？
我觉得挺好的，对我来说也是更多人看。感谢 UFC 呢。
He feels really great about being in this card, and thank for UFC that put him in this card, and then likes like people to watch on getting more exposed.
All right, that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that is all the time we had for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
We apologize for the delay, everyone, but we will be momentarily joined by our next athlete, number 14th ranked UFC lightweight Islam Makhachev.
Can I have you scoot just a little bit this way? Yeah, there. Thank you. And then they'll be asking questions here, and you just respond directly.
We now welcome the number 14th ranked UFC lightweight contender in the world, Islam Makhachev. Islam, thank you for the time today, sir.
Hello.
We will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cageside Press.
Islam, welcome back. Before we get to this fight with Drew Dober, I'm just curious, was there ever any talk of rebooking the fight with RDA?
Yeah, I asking to my manager to give me this guy again because first time he is sick, like he have corona. Second time I sick, but this a very good opponent for me because he have big name, champion, UFC champion. That's why maybe next after this fight, I don't know, fight with him.
Okay, as you mentioned, you were sick. I believe you had a staph infection. How long was it before you were feeling 100%?
Like maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks, because I have to rest after this. When I'm sick, I have to rest like maybe 2-3 weeks and like start training, I have to 4 weeks.
All right, and you know, ahead of this fight, we've heard commentary from Daniel Cormier. He believes you can be champion one day. What's it like to hear those sort of words from DC?
You know, I training with DC like last 5 years. That's why he talk like this. Because we wrestling a lot together, sparring. He watch all my sparring in AK.
All right,
Sometimes I'm smash DC to like wrestling. You know, ask him about wrestling match.
Okay, so you know, obviously Drew Dober at UFC 259. Drew's had 3 finishes in his last 3 fights. Just tell me what your thoughts are on this matchup.
Yeah, Drew have a good striking game. Honestly, I don't know. I have to use my striking, my wrestling. I have better than him wrestling, grappling. But honestly, I don't know. He just tough, I know.
Fair enough. And, you know, you're obviously very close with Khabib. If he's retired, what do you think should happen with the lightweight title?
Now I think like in my division, #1 contenders like Oliveira and Dustin Poirier, because Oliveira have 8-fight win streak and Poirier have big win last time. That's why I think these 2 guys have to fight for the title.
All right, well, best of luck this weekend, and thanks very much for your time.
We will take the next set of questions from Nikita Gorshenin with Sport Express.
Ислам, добрый день.
Добрый день.
Ислам, UFC выпустил недавно ролик о вас, восхождении Ислама Макхачева, Rise of Islam Makhachev. Они обычно такое делают только с проспектами, в которых они очень верят. Для вас выпуск этого ролика стал сюрпризом? Смотрели ли вы его? Там уже 700 тысяч просмотров. Какие эмоции испытали?
Да, смотрел. Сразу видно, что профессионалы поработали. Ну, может, может это к чему-то. UFC уже как-то более серьезно заинтересовался во мне.
У вас изначально бой был назначен среда в октябре. Как правило, вот, когда бой отменяется и следующий через несколько месяцев у бойца вот такой выбор: либо сохранить пик, либо немножко откатиться и пик уже набрать вот на вот этот бой. Вы пытались удержать ту форму, которая у вас была в октябре, или немножко откатились и уже вот поднабрали вот последний там месяц-полтора?
Ну, мне пришлось чуть расслабиться, потому что я заболел, и многие из нашей команды заболели именно этой болезнью. И я видел последствия тех, кто поспешил вернуться к тренировкам, там, хотел не потерять форму. И уже чуть на опыте, я понял, что надо отдохнуть.
Ислам, на последний бой с Рамосом геймплан составлял Абдулманап Магомедович, как и на предыдущий. Его с нами уже нет. Вот основную роль в составлении плана на этот бой кто играл? Хабиб, Хавьер или каждый по чуть-чуть внес?
Ну, каждый свое, и Хабиб, и Хавьер. Сейчас на данном этапе они уже более детально смотрят моего соперника, разбирают и говорят мне как что.
Я хотел спросить о бой с Арманом Царукяном. UFC крайне редко дает бонус за бой вечера за такой борцовский матч. Обычно нужно избить друг друга до соплей, и тогда они дадут $50 000. А вот здесь дали вам за борьбу. Вы лично считаете этот бой своим творческим достижением? Потому что там действительно был высококласснейший грэпплинг, и не зря они дали $50 000 за это.
Не, я не считаю, что там что-то было. Может, они оценили мою защиту от тейкдаунов, я не знаю, но я не считаю, что в этом бою что-то сверхъестественное происходило.
Дрю Добер, наверное, ваш самый тяжело бьющий соперник. У него 5 нокаутов в легком весе, больше только там у Барбоза, у Гилларда. Вот некоторые бойцы даже на самом высоком уровне какой-то испытывают психологический дискомфорт, когда дерутся против таких ярко выраженных нокаутеров. Это история про вас или вам с нокаутерами комфортно, нет дополнительного какого-то, знаете, напряжения?
Ну, если считать всю мою любительскую карьеру, всю профессиональную, я не думаю, что там было меньше нокаутеров. И я уже универсальный боец, готов к его тяжелым ударам и готов к его стойке.
Вот Добер в последнем бою как по-разному нокаутировал, когда тот выбрасывал левый кик. Вот вы любите пить часто левый кик. Вы анализировали этот эпизод вот с командой, вот как Парас там ошибся и вот как вот не повторить эту ошибку?
Да, я смотрел этот момент, что это была ошибка его, что он как бы для обозначения дистанции как-то наносил удар. Если ты плотно вложишься в удар, то соперник будет думать не как тебя нокаутировать, ответить, а как защититься от этого удара. Я думаю, это была ошибка прошлого соперника, что он просто хотел там, как-то обозначить дистанцию, просто выкинул ногу даже, не думая.
Ислам, Хабиб очень эмоционально подсказывает по ходу боя, когда он в углу. Для вас его подсказки имеют большое значение? Был ли, может, пример такой, когда услышали подсказку и про себя сказали, хороший подсказ, прям так и сделал? Вот нас как бы отметили в этом плане?
Человек, который всю жизнь был в этом спорте, уже очень хорошо разбирается. И поэтому все его подсказки – это ключ к победе.
Добер, у него была довольно яркая карьера по муай-тай в любителях. Вот в связи с этим проходы в ноги против него могут быть опасными? Или вы лучше рассматривать тейкдауны из клинча, подсечками своими фирменными? Вот с тайцем вы бы рассматриваете проходы в ноги, или это все-таки слишком рискованно?
Да, проход ноги у дагестанцев в крови.
Еще один вопрос о Хабибе. Вот вы не так любите давить на ногах, как Хабибу, глобально давить. Почему? Вам это давление так не подходит? В специфику, как бы могли объяснить, почему вы так же не давите, как Хабиб, хотя у вас база, корни примерно похожие?
Вы знаете, нету много Хабибов. Хабиб один такой. И у него с самого начала такой стиль. Без разницы, соперник отступает, наступает. Он просто давить всех своих соперников. Этого я думаю. Но это его ключ, он этим и славится, своим прессингом.
Ислам, два коротких вопроса. Вот меня всегда поражали мышцы спины Хабиба. Вот эти крылья и широчайшие мышцы спины, и у вас тоже спина мощнейшая. Но у Хабиба это прям как будто там панцирь черепаший. Вы могли бы объяснить, это вот из-за постоянной борьбы самбо с самого детства, или вы как-то дополнительно спину прокачиваете, потому что это очень важно для вашего стиля?
Я никогда не видел, что какие-то специальные упражнения для спины Хабиб делал. Просто он всю жизнь борется, всю жизнь тренируется. И, не только спина у него, и все мышцы очень сильно развиты.
И последний вопрос. Абдулманап Магомедович в 2019 году говорил, что вот его мечта в 2020, чтобы Ислам Макхачев женился. Вот на сколько процентов вы к этой цели близки?
На 100%.
Ислам, спасибо огромное и красивой победы в субботу.
Спасибо большое.
We will take the next set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Islam. Obviously, everyone knows your relationship with Khabib. He's your teammate. He's your brother. But obviously, there's also a lot of comparisons between you and Khabib. Do you mind that? Do you mind being compared to Khabib so often?
Постоянно вас сравнивают, короче, с Хабибом и параллели проводят. Это нравится?
I like that because, Khabib is a very good guy, champion. That's why I don't care about this. He's a very good guy. That's why I'm good with it.
Obviously, you're trying to, forge your own path in the sport. A lot of people say you're the next Khabib. Does that add any pressure, living up to what Khabib has already done? I mean, obviously he's the greatest lightweight in the history of the sport. I don't think anyone's really going to argue that. But does it add any pressure, kind of living up to those expectations?
This is like motivation for me because now people talk about me. A lot of people told me like, you're gonna be next, you're gonna be champion. That's why I have to training more. Just training, and that's it.
With that being said, obviously now that Khabib is retired and it looks like he's going to stay retired, does it make it easier for you to make this climb up the ranks, knowing that, there's no chance? I know you would never fight him, but now that that's not even a question.
Yeah, he showed me all the way, like he showed me what I have to do for be there. That's why now I think good win streak. I just have to finish next opponent, maybe 1 or 2 fights. Gonna be next champion.
Obviously, your focus is solely on Drew Dober this weekend, but when you look at, the fights at the top of this division, when you look at yourself against Dustin Poirier or Michael Chandler or Charles Oliveira, at this stage of your career, how do you feel you match up with the best guys in this division?
I'm very excited when I will fight with these guys because these guys, I just want to check my skills, All my life I'm training with champion. That's why I don't think they're gonna give me a problem. These guys.
And last one for me, everyone knows Drew Dober is a very exciting fighter, knockout artist. But obviously you've dominated so many guys. Do you feel like you can have that same kind of performance against Drew? Can you go out and dominate him, finish him? Do you feel like that's what you need to do in this fight?
Honestly, I have everything for finishing because, I have good striking. He have good striking too, but I have more than him, wrestling skills, grappling skills, and everybody knows this. I have everything for finishing.
Thank you, Islam.
We will take our next set of questions from Vadim Tikhomarov with Match TV.
Ислам, добрый день. Меня нормально слышно?
Добрый день, да.
Да, меня зовут Вадим Тихомиров. Мы с вами говорили в декабре. Рад поговорить снова. Ислам, скажи, пожалуйста, а вот никогда не было видно ни на твоих тренировках, ни на тренировках Хабиба в США тренера по физподготовке. При этом у вас замечательная выносливость. Значит ли это, что вы просто сами готовились функционально и никого не привлекали для этого?
Физподготовка у нас в крови. Утром проснулся, бежишь в горы. Ну, просто у нас утренняя тренировка всегда связана с физподготовкой. Любим по утрам бегать, и там уже все занятия там проходят.
А вот, допустим, в AKA можно было увидеть, что вы на саутбайках делаете какую-то работу, ну вот на велосипедах, на таких. А кто там дает программу? То есть вот там как вы определяете нагрузку?
Это уже такая наработанная программа, там есть байк-комната, и мы именно в Сан-Хосе редко бегаем по утрам, потому что у нас основная тренировка 12 часов дня, и надо бывает к ней уже быть в хорошем состоянии. Из-за этого у нас именно кардиотренировка в Сан-Хосе проходит вечером. А эта программа уже наработанная, по которой тренировались Кейн Веласкес, Даниэль Карме, Хабиб, Люк Рокхолл, они всю жизнь. Понедельник, среда, пятница у нас был байк по вечерам.
А как она выглядит? Вот там всегда видно, что вы крутите байк, потом бьете мешок, прям комбинируете это. Можешь рассказать, если это не тайна?
Да, ну, тренировка идет 30 минут без остановки. Минуту на байке ты держишь хороший темп, и минуту там разные упражнения. Там может быть борьба там на руках, или там работа на мешке, на лежачем, на стоячем, там на груши, проходы в ноги. Ну, такая вся тренировка проходит в темпе, чтобы у тебя пульс был высокий постоянно.
А некоторые ребята рассказывают, что вот на этом байке ты можешь себя до такого состояния довести, что тебя тошнит, и все, что с этим связано. Бывало ли вот у тебя такая степень утомления, что, ну, извиняюсь, рвало на тренировках от усталости?
Да, ну это первые дни. Я-то всегда стараюсь в АК приехать, когда я в хорошей форме, потому что там всегда бывают тяжелые спарринги. Если ты приедешь в ИКЕ в плохом состоянии, ну, не в форме, то ты себя будешь там некомфортно чувствовать, когда ты будешь с разными ребятами спарринговать. Из-за этого я всегда стараюсь туда приезжать в хорошей физической форме. И первые дни бывает плохо на байке, потому что автоматизация. А так связано с тем, что я там не потянул или тяжело, такого не было.
И пробег я не хочу еще спросить, а вот сколько примерно у тебя выглядит пробежка, когда ты не в Дагестане и, соответственно, бегаешь не в гору, ну, в Тарки, да, по-моему, она называется, а просто бегаешь по равнине, то сколько это примерно по километрам и какой темп, если ты засекаешь?
Ну, 5 километров я бегаю всегда. Ну, как-то. Иногда бегаю побольше, но 5 километров минимум. И я начинаю темп, я даже на беговой дорожке смотрел, это 5 минут на километр, короче. Начинаю. И потом все уже понравилось.
Ага. И я сейчас смотрел твой Инстаграм, смотрел, на кого ты подписан, и там есть два боксера, это Артур Бетербиев и Александр Усик. А почему именно они? То есть вот чем-то их бокс особенно выделяется для тебя?
Да. Да, мне очень сильно нравится, как эти ребята боксируют. С Артуром Бетербиевым я знаком. И слежу за его карьерой, смотрю, как он выигрывает. И также Усик. Очень нравится, как он боксирует, как он перебивает своих.
А было ли хоть что-то, что ты пробовал взять у них и как-то использовать в боях у Бетербиева или Усика?
Ну, специально такого не было. А так, конечно, хотел бы, чтобы такой же удар был, как у Бетербиева, такая же техника, как у Усика. Это тяжело.
А у Усика какой бой больше всего запомнился?
С Гасиевым. Так внимательно смотрел пару раз этот бой.
Именно из-за работы ног, да, из-за того, как он двигался?
Ну, из-за того, что их сравнивали, как почти давали одинаковые шансы, и как он перебил, меня это вообще удивило.
Извини, 3 вопроса у меня буквально. Всегда Дагестан отличают именно борьбой и тем, как хорошо борются. А вот из твоих спарринг-партнеров у кого самый серьезный бокс и самые тяжелые удары в голову? Вот прям когда ты спаррингуешь, ты понимаешь, что будет тяжело и неприятно именно боксировать с ним.
Тяжелые удары, ну, кто побольше вес. Вот у Абубакра тяжелые удары. Тяжелый джеб, от него не люблю особо пропускать.
Тебя много спрашивали про твой бой. Если можно, я спрошу про бой Петра Яна, который в этом же карде. Он дерется с представителем американской борьбы, и вот Дэниел Кормье к вам в зал тоже приводил представителей колледжа, там, молодых ребят. Вот когда ты боролся с ними, есть ли что-то в них опасного? И, соответственно, может ли быть что-то опасное для Петра Яна именно из-за борьбы Стерлинга?
Ну, я думаю, борьба Стерлинга будет в начальных раундах опасна. Потом уже я не думаю, что он будет такой опасный, потому что у Стерлинга, я думаю, ключ к его победе только если он сможет повалить Яна, забрать у него спину и задушить. Все, а так, ну, если Петр сможет защищаться от борьбы, думаю, что даже сможет финишировать.
Какой бы ты совет дал Петру как эксперт по части борьбы и по части грэпплинга? Вот, ну, прям какая-то простая рекомендация, которая бы могла помочь.
Не отдавать спину.
Самое последнее тогда от меня. Вот те ребята, которые к вам приходили в зал, именно студенты колледжа, и пробовали бороться с вами, хоть что-то запомнилось в них и в их борьбе? Там еще был такой эпизод, ты кого-то очень красиво бросил, и он прям так по интернету разошелся. Как тебе вот те схватки борцовские?
Ну, DC часто проводит хороших борцов. Мы с ними очень часто боремся. Иногда даже бывало, мы на их соревнования ездили, которые проходят там рядом в Калифорнии. И бывают крепкие ребята, но не было еще такого, чтобы кто-то пришел и там всех нас выиграл в борьбе.
Спасибо большое, Ислам. У меня все. Удачи тебе.
Спасибо.
Thank you so much, Islam. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Что да?
Еще видео.
Ничего страшного.
We will momentarily be joined by our next athlete, number 2 ranked UFC light heavyweight Thiago Santos.
So bad. Jeez. Scored.
We now welcome the number 2 ranked UFC light heavyweight contender in the world, Thiago Santos. Thiago, thank you for the time today, sir. We will take the first set of questions from Dre Anderson with Cage Side Press.
Thanks very much. And Thiago, thanks for being here today. And I see Yana has you looking good for the cameras. So I just wanted to ask, I mean, obviously the last fight against Glover did not go the way you'd hoped. What did you take away from that fight?
That fight was warm up for me, you know. After 1 year and a half, so long time without fight, I felt my time was off. So, but still, I'm happy, you know. Came back to even I didn't win that fight, but I fought. I had good moments during the fight, and was experience. And now I feel 100% for my next fight.
Do you feel that there was too much criticism over that loss? A lot of people questioned whether, you know, your knees were still an issue.
It's normal, you know, but I feel good now. I feel 100%. I show my last fight. Even I didn't win, but you know, I fought good. My eyes, you know, not 100% like I would as I would like, but I fought, and then I used this time until now for improve myself, for work my mind, and now I feel better. I feel ready.
And just give us your thoughts on this matchup. Aleksander is obviously a very dangerous opponent, and other than that split decision against Ozdemir, he's pretty much been perfect. So what are your thoughts heading into this?
Sure, he's a tough guy. Like everyone is tough in top 15 in this division, you know. He is danger, he is strong, big, but this kind of fight excited me so much. I train hard, I've worked hard for this fight, and I will show Thiago Santos better than last fight.
And obviously, a lot of eyes on the light heavyweight title fight at UFC 259. Israel Adesanya moves up, faces Jan Blachowicz. Who do you see winning that fight, and does Adesanya deserve the immediate title shot?
About deserve, my opinion, he doesn't, you know, because he is midway. He doesn't have any fight in light heavyweight. But I understand business, you know, it's about business. Especially this hard time for UFC. UFC need to make money. I understand it is what it is. I need to do my job. I need to win my fight. Then we're gonna see what happens after.
And who do you see winning that fight between Adesanya and Jan?
I think a little bit advantage for Adesanya, but I'm sure Jan can knock him out. If he finds opportunity, Jan can knock Adesanya out.
All right, well, thanks very much for your time, and best of luck in your fight this weekend.
Thank you.
We'll take the next set of questions from Jim Barcelona with the Miami Herald.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I was curious, how did fight camp go for you? And were you in South Florida? Were you at ATT? And were you in South Florida? And were you in South Florida? Were you at ATT or no for fight camp?
Yeah, I did my camp, my all camp in America Top Team, Florida.
Jim, I think you're having some mic issues. We're going to come back to you in just a second. We're going to take the next set of questions from Stephen Morocco with MMA Fighting.
Hey, Thiago, you said you think Yan can knock out Israel. Do you want Yan to knock out Israel?
Sorry? Can I repeat
You
again?
said you thought Yan could knock out Israel, right?
Yeah.
Do you want that to happen?
No, I don't care. I don't care. Sure, better for light heavyweight division, Yan win this fight. But I don't care. I need to do my job. I need to win my fight, and doesn't matter who have the belt. I will put my focus on that guy.
Why is it better for the light heavyweight division?
Because we don't know what's gonna happen if Adesanya win this fight. You know, maybe if he come back to midway, defend his belt, midway belt, and then light heavyweight division stop. It's not good for anyone. So think about that.
Gotcha. And then I've been asking everybody, the Reebok deal is about to come to an end this month, and they will have a new apparel sponsor, Venom. What is your reaction to that? The end of the Reebok deal and the start of the Venom sponsorship.
I hope they pay more for fighters.
You hope they pay more? How much more?
Yeah, I hope they pay more. I don't know how much, but they pay more. They give more clothes, you know. Yeah, I think I hope things become better and don't become worse.
Do you feel like you were underpaid when the Reebok deal was in place?
Sorry?
Do you feel like you were underpaid when the Reebok deal was around?
I think could be better. Yeah, I think could be better. Absolutely, for everyone, not only for me.
Do you think overall it was a good thing or a bad thing for the fighters?
Sorry?
Do you think overall the Reebok deal was a good thing or a bad thing for the fighters?
Depends how you are. Depends where fight are. You know, depends how level fight are. You know, I think for beginnings it's good, but after, if you in good position, high position, would be better.
Okay, thanks, Thiago.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Jim Varsalone from the Miami Herald. We'll try one more time.
Okay, I hope you guys can hear me better this time. I think I fixed it. So just curious, also, Aleksander, is he training an American Top Team too? And I'm just wondering, if so, what's that like, having two fighters going against each other that are training at the same facility?
In my opinion, no any problem, you know. Yeah, he did camp in American Top Team 1 or 2 times, but we didn't do sparring. You know, we train, we did drill sometimes, but you know, it wasn't hard training. And if still, for me, not problem. I train with everyone. For me, no problem, because inside the octagon, 5 days, things different.
Well, what is it like with American Top Team? There's so many great fighters, great coaches. What are your thoughts of being with American Top Team?
For me, it's the best gym of the world, you know. There is the best coach, the best sparring partners, and I feel I improve a lot since I arrived in the American Top Team, and they helped me a lot about everything. That's it.
And you and Aleksander, did you have to split up the coaches for who's going to be in your corner, or you both already had separate coaches for your fights?
No, he didn't make camp in American Top Team Florida. Did camp in other American Top Team in his country. It's different coaches.
Oh, so everything was different. So, okay, I understand. Yeah. So it's just representation, American Top Team, but different locations.
Exactly.
Lastly, for me, thank you. Lastly, for me on this, with a victory in this fight, where do you think that gets you? Where do you think that may take you next?
Everything depends how it's going to be my performance, you know, but sure, after this win, I defend my position. I am number 2 light heavyweight of the world. So this fight I need to win for prove I deserve to be where I am. And yeah, this is it. And then after we're gonna see, because there depends a lot of things, you know, depends what's gonna happen with fighting against Adesanya and Blachowicz. So now it changes a little bit crazy in this division. You know, I just need to do my job. I need to win my fight, and let's see.
Well, thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
We will take our next set of questions from Augusto Niez-Gay with Somos MMA.
Hey, Thiago, how are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Thiago, you have said in a recent interview with Dominick Cruz that after your double knee surgery, you felt a mix of fear and anxiety before your fight against Glover. So I want to ask you, how are you feeling right now? And how was that mental process to overcome that injury?
Now I feel 100%. I feel so much better than my last fight against Glover. I improved a lot. And that fight was warm up for me for my next fight. Now it was so important to me to come back, to have that feelings, to come back to inside the octagon. It's a absolutely different energy, you know, about everything is different than that you do when you are training. You know, I was 1.5 years stop, and when I come back, I did everything, but when inside the octagon, things different. So I needed too much have this feeling again. So against Glover was warm up for me, and now I feel relaxed. I feel so good and 100% for this fight.
That's great. And related to this, Thiago, people and the press has been saying that after your fight against John Jones, obviously you were not the same Marreta after that fight. So does that bother you, or do you feel people have been underestimating you recently?
People can say whatever they want, you know. I don't care. Absolutely don't care about the hater, about what people say. I focus on myself, and I listen people around me who really love me, who really like me and help me about everything, my coaches, Yana, my wife, everything, my family, everyone who helped me, and they don't lie to me. They say the truth to me. If I do bad, I do bad. If I do good, I do good. So I trust so much them, and it's what I put attention. I don't care what the people outside say.
And talking about the fight, Thiago, what are going to be the keys for you to get the win?
Absolutely, just to be who I am, you know, aggressive and conscient, you know, do my game plan, you know, like I always do. Make my opponent feel pain. It's my goal. It's what I'm gonna do.
And of course, to use the hammer, the marreta, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and my last question, Thiago. In the last 4 years, the record of the current champ, Jan Blachowicz, is 8-1 in the UFC. And you were the only one who gave him that loss in the last 4 years. So it was not so long. And so I want to ask you, how does that make you feel right now, nowadays, that he's the champ and you were the last person to beat him?
Yeah, I won him 2 years ago, but he improved so much. Now he's a new fighter. He has showed this, you know, and in every fight how he improved. So absolutely, if he fight now, it's gonna be a different fight. Yeah, I don't know. It's not things like motivate me so much to fight against him again because I want him. But if he, after this Saturday, if he still keep that belt, I will put my focus on him.
Okay, and do you think that if you get the win, you're going to be the next on the title line?
Absolutely. I always believe in myself against everyone.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Thiago, and good luck on Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Thiago. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we will be joined by the final athlete for today, the number 11th ranked UFC bantamweight contender and former champion, Dominick Cruz.
and we'll have you respond directly to the case.
Okay.
We now welcome former UFC bantamweight champion and current number 11th ranked contender Dominick Cruz. Dom, thank you for the time today, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We will take the first set of questions from Jay Anderson with Cage Side Press.
Yeah, thanks very much. And Dominick, thanks for the time today. I wanted to start off with the matchup itself. From an outsider's perspective, it seemed a little surprising. You're getting, obviously a hungry young up-and-comer. But as a former champ coming off a title fight, it felt like maybe you get a ranked guy, a veteran guy. Just talk to us about the matchup and why particularly this name.
Well, I mean, a ranked guy, I get that. To say a better guy, I don't really know what that would mean. That would be an interpretation. But a ranked guy, I get that people would think that. But realistically, when I look at Sean Shelby offering me this fight, he put me with somebody on a 3-fight winning streak, and I was on a 3.5-year layoff before I took that title fight. Now, the real question is, would I have fought for the title under normal circumstances, being a global pandemic takes place? When does that happen? Never. And you can never write that ever in a million years that's what's going to shift a Jose Aldo versus Henry Cejudo fight and close the borders down and lock Aldo out, who'd been preparing for that fight for 2+ months. So I slid in there on 6 weeks notice as, I'd been pushing for that fight because I knew I had a good chance against Henry, and I didn't succeed in that fight. So after a 3.5-year layoff and then I spent the last 6 months training, I think that this is what they gave me. I mean, what am I going to do?
Fair enough. And that should have been a better known guy in that question. But, if you put on your analyst cap for this one, what does Casey Kenney bring to the table that you need to watch out for?
Well, I mean, he started with a grappling background from what I can tell. He's got a black belt in judo, so he's going to have very strong hips. If anybody knows anything about judokas, they're some of the toughest human beings on the planet. They're basically thrown on their head every single day, and they allow it to happen. Mixed with grappling, arm bars, good at taking the back, comes from the lab with Benson Henderson, who's an extremely good grappler and good guillotines and good back takes, like I said earlier, and works with John Crouch, who's an analytical coach, who I've known for many years. So they know my style. I've got tons of hours of film on there. So they're going to be well prepared for me. I know that. I'm well prepared for them. I've obviously gotten to watch a lot of film on these guys too. And, he's improved his stand-up a lot too over the years. He's on a 3-fight winning streak. He just beat a known striker named Nathaniel Wood. And he's a pure striker, not really more of a grappler. And he went most of the fight striking with him. So he's picked up and he's improved a lot in every aspect. And you got to remember, as a champion, I've faced guys that, weren't ranked in 1 year and they win 3 fights or they win 2 fights in spectacular fashion. And next thing I know, I'm fighting them for the title. So it's all perception. It's all interpretation on who deserves what. And realistically, the ranking has to do with what you're getting paid more than it has to do with your skill set as a fighter. I can tell you that.
Fair enough. And, I asked you to put on your analyst cap there, and I'm just curious. I mean, as you have progressed in your broadcast career, do you find yourself picking up lessons from fights that you watch live in the cage, little tidbits here and there that you can then bring into your game?
Yeah, you can. Of course, it's a learning thing if you choose it, but it can also be too much. It's like if you got an encyclopedia of information constantly going off in your head, sometimes you got to quiet the mind. So it takes balance to be able to quiet the mind, turn the analyst off, and just be in the moment, be present, be in the state of flow. And so it's a gift. It can also be a curse, but I've definitely learned a lot. I started doing it because I was hurt. So instead of just being hurt on the sidelines doing nothing, to be able to have the gift of being able to analyze fights I'm grateful for it.
All right, and one more for me. You were very vocal about the criticism of Keith Peterson after that last fight. I don't believe the ref assignments have come out for UFC 259 yet, but if he was assigned, Would you accept that? Would you try to appeal? I don't know what the options are, to be honest with you, but what would be your play?
Yeah, I would hope that they wouldn't do that. Mark Ratner reached out and said that he could make sure that the commission doesn't put him out there to ref my matches. I don't really feel safe with him as a referee. But you can't control the commission. The commission runs itself. It's an outside entity on purpose. So if they decide to do that, I don't know why they would do that, but they might. What can you do? I don't think I could even, on the night of, I don't think I could do anything of it if they decided to do that. I think I'd just be in that position. I would love it, even a guy like Mayweather in his fights gets to choose his referee. I would love it if, one day we get that option. I mean, they've got 3 or 4 referees per night. Why not give us an option to choose who we want to rep our fight? And even if me and the fighter agree on it. But, maybe that's the next change in the future. There's been a lot of changes in the sport. Who knows?
All right. Well, I appreciate the time and best of luck this weekend.
Yep. Thanks.
We will take the next set of questions from Cote Cruz with 4 to Win MMA.
How you doing, Dominic? Good to talk to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, how's that fight week going for you right now? How are you feeling?
It's kind of interesting. It's weird because I've never done it. I mean, it's obviously new circumstances. I'm used to a specific protocol in my past fights, and now we're under these COVID protocols, so it's very different. So it's a little bit weird, like I'm doing this interview like this instead of seeing your face, but everything's normal as for my weight cut, as for everything else.
Well, you've experienced this part of the sport without the fans as a commentator, but you've never had it as a fighter, right?
One time.
One time. How do you feel this is going to be?
I was the very first fight in COVID, and I've been in here a lot commentating fights, so I know that you'll hear the commentators and you'll hear your coaches. To me, it's reminiscent of high school wrestling matches when you got like the 2 coaches yelling at you. You got the big light shining down in the middle of the wrestling mat, and very limited fans are at the wrestling meets because of the singlets. And in high school, everybody's scared of the singlets, so there's not a lot of fans. So it's pretty similar to that. It takes me back to my wrestling days.
Well, you're one of the true OGs of the sport. Your career is something that fans and media will cherish alike because of the way you fight, the inspiration you gave to the MMA community after your comeback to the game, reclaiming the title against tremendous odds, and of course, because of all of your body of work, which includes some amazing rivalries. What would you say is your favorite rivalry from all your career? Faber, Benavidez, Dillashaw, or is it somebody else?
Man, I mean, if you think about it, Faber, TJ Dillashaw, and Benavidez was all the same rivalry. They're all
it's basically you versus alpha male, right?
It was, yeah. So I'd have to go with that. And rivalries bring the best out of each other. So you can't have Batman's got Joker, Superman has Kryptonite and all that's like whoever comes to him, Lex Luthor.
I'm just really curious about the segue that you're gonna do with Faber and the guys as superheroes.
He's not really the villain. I think I was more the villain at the time back then, to be honest, perceived that way because he was more known than me. But you need that dynamic in order to create the most emotion and the most want and need to see these fights. I mean, look at John Jones and Daniel Cormier. Those were some of the coolest rivalries too. There's so many cool rivalries out there that I'm honored to have had it with them, and they're all like some of the best athletes in the world. So, what can you say other than that?
Yeah, absolutely. I completely understand that. Well, right now you're in a spot of the card that caused mild controversy. Some people were surprised to see you in the prelims, but you're actually cool with it due to the fact that it brings more exposure, right? Can you comment on what's like for you to compete against an exciting prospect like Casey Kenney in that viewership sweet spot in such a landmark event?
Yeah, I think I appreciate people standing for me and saying Dominic should be on the main card. But in all honesty, it's one of the most viewed slots on the entire fight card, if not more than the main event itself.
I mean, people are tuning into the main card to watch the main event, don't get me wrong. But this is a free fight on ESPN, so everybody's going to be watching it, and it leads the card off like the lead hitter of the baseball game or the lead hitter of the lineup. So I'm excited to be there. Casey Kenney is, like you said, in an exciting matchup because of his durability, his skill set. He's improved a lot in his striking over the last 3-fight win streak that he's pieced together. I've lost my last 2 fights. They were title fights. They were amongst some of the best in the world. So I'm excited to test myself against somebody who's on a win streak. And that's what this is. It's really just a big test for myself. It's not anything else. It's like, how can I challenge myself? The UFC is the NFL of fighting. It's the best organization in the world, hands down, plain, simple, period. And the number one reason is because we are drug tested, I believe. That's one of the main reasons. We're drug tested, so you know there's no cheating going on. It's physically impossible to cheat with USADA on your back, in my opinion. So that makes it the cleanest organization in the sport right now, period. And then the competition is at the highest level too. So I'm excited to be here, and I'm grateful for it. The Lord has blessed me.
Well, sir, best of luck on your fight. On a more personal note, I really want to thank you for bringing so many glory days to the Cruz last name. We share last name, so I may or may not have said that we were cousins on Twitter once. So thank you so much for your time, man, and best of luck on Saturday.
Thanks, cuz.
We will take the next set of questions from Nikita Gorshenin with Sport Express.
Dominic, big honor to talk to you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Dominic, this year marks 5 years since your masterpiece fight against TJ Dillashaw. Personally, I think the best fight in UFC history. Have you ever rewatched this fight, and have you proud feeling that you were proud of this strategical masterpiece?
I'm very proud of that fight because he also got popped for cheating, and I'm pretty sure he was cheating in that fight. The one thing I'll never forget he said after that fight was, "You got good cardio." That's what you say after that 5-round war. You got good cardio? Well, now we know why. And, you know, it's very interesting to me how it went down. And I look back at it and I think, yeah, it was a special moment in time because I was able to be in the purest most present form of myself in that night. And I look forward to recreating that type of me Saturday.
Were you surprised with TJ cardio? Because in this fight, he threw tremendous amount of high kicks, and this is very exhausting type of strike. And he just, I don't know, threw 50 head kicks, but he was never tired. Were you surprised with his cardio in this fight?
No, I expect everybody to come in super good shape. That's why I come in such good shape. I expect everybody to be Superman when I fight them. So I prepare to fight Superman. I prepare to fight King Kong. And that's the thing about a fight. You're fighting a human being to the death. Do you prepare less for that because of some ranking or some thing? You know? Yeah, he didn't get tired, and now we know why.
Dominic, today we have golden standard of UFC fight of the night when two guys go to bloody carnage, just kill each other. But your fight with TJ was without blood even. It wasn't carnage, but it was truly masterpiece. Are you a little bit disappointed that mass public doesn't appreciate such strategical masterpieces like your fight with TJ?
Yeah, I think that what it is you got to really have a good, keen eye for what's actually taking place. I mean, he has very good technique. You can't take that away from him. He still had the technique to go in there and fight the way he fought. And, you know, mixing up stance switch, high kicks, low kicks, everything. Yeah, it was a very high-paced, technical matchup. And all I can do is give you a virtual hug and say thank you for your respect, because it was definitely one of the greatest fights in the history of the sport, I believe.
Yes, totally agree. Dominic, from all your opponents, how do you think who was the smartest one? Joseph Benavidez, Demetrius, or TJ, or maybe someone else?
The smartest fighter the most intelligent fighter that I fought? Is that your question?
Yes. Fight IQ.
Yeah, probably Demetrius. If I'm watching, you got to watch their body of work before, after, during. I would say Demetrius has probably had the highest fight IQ because he didn't take me lightly either. A lot of the guys that I fought from Team Alpha Male, I believe they kind of like took me lightly, overlooked me a little bit at the time. And even Dillashaw, I think he did because of the layoff and the knee surgeries and whatnot. But Demetrius came in well prepared with a good game plan. And he's always, he's just a respectful guy that doesn't look past anybody. So I think that he just came with the right mindset.
Dominic, one question about Cody Garbrandt. Public thought that his performance against you was also masterpiece, and then he lost because he got so emotional. But in this fight, he was calm, cool, collected, and that's why he played so great. Do you agree that Cody's performance against you was masterpiece, or he did the same mistake than he then did with Dillashaw and Munoz fight? What's your total issue with Cody?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with Cody. I think he fought on that night. It was his night. I think that since he was, you heard all the interviews leading up to that. He's been watching me since he was young, like a kid. And then I had that rivalry with Alpha Male, and I fought all their team while he watched me beat teammate after teammate after teammate. That's quite a fire under you that gets lit. That's hours and hours of watching this champion as I closed out the division and beat everybody in the division. Half those guys were his teammates. So you can imagine how often he's sitting there visualizing my style, how to beat my style, what he's got to do in order to get used to my style. That's what being a champion's about, bringing the best out of the people around you. If you're not making people around you greater, then you're not a good champion. Then and that can't happen unless you hold the belt for a long period of time. It was an honor to fight Cody. He fought me really well that night. I think I won 2 out of 5 rounds. He won 3 out of 5 rounds in that matchup when I go back and watch it. But he made good decisions, and you're right, he didn't get emotional. He knew with me that couldn't take place. And no excuses, but I was more emotional in that fight. I had to tap into some emotion in that fight to get through some of the pain. I defended my title. I attempted to defend it twice that year. I fought 3 title fights in 1 year that year, and that's 3 of the best in the world. So my body was beat down going into that. My shoulder was hurting. I had plantar fascia tendonitis in both my feet. So anybody who's had that knows that's a very painful thing to have. And with all that, I tapped into a lot of emotion to get my body into it because that was the biggest payday I was ever going to get in the history of my career. So I couldn't say no to that fight because Ronda Rousey was on that card. Anybody knows that if Ronda Rousey or Conor McGregor, who are the biggest pay-per-view draws in the history of the sport so far, besides George St. Pierre or John Jones, or even a Khabib nowadays is a very huge draw as well. Unless you have one of those star powers on the card, I was a champion where you only receive pay-per-view money if you're a champion holding the belt. So the UFC said, we want you on this card with Ronda Rousey. My body was not in any shape to take that fight, if I'm being honest. But because of the amount of money that I was finally going to get my big payday, I took that fight. And I don't take it back for 1 second. I went in there, it's not an excuse. I went in there knowing the shape of my body, knowing how I was going to show up, knowing that Cody was a young up-and-comer that was ready to go. And I still believed I could win that fight with all my heart. And I was close. I was close to winning that. I needed another round, but it didn't happen. And I'm honored to have fought him. And again, him losing the belt. And, I said after that fight, I said, let's see how long he can keep it. Let's see how long any of these guys can keep it. Look back at my injuries or not, I can't. Because when you hold the belt, when you defend the belt, you make you greater because they have to come up with adjustments. So to me, that's that component of being a world-class champion.
Dominic, how do you think, what year was your absolute prime, technical prime and physical prime?
Man, that's a good question. That's hard to say. Honestly, I haven't really thought of that. I would say Saturday night.
Thank you. Dominic, one question about your commentator work. What was the most emotional moment while being commentator in UFC?
Man, I would say probably the last, well, it's a mixture of calling fights of people, like calling fights of like TJ Dillashaw and Uriah Faber and Benavidez and all the guys that I'd faced while my knees were blown out. Calling those fights and talking about how great these guys were when I had to compete against them took a lot of heart for me to move into supporting these fighters when everybody was talking about how, you know, TJ was, you know, this and that, and Faber was this and that, and all the, it took a lot for me to set that all aside and just do the job. But you know, if you're there for the fighter themselves and you keep your ego out of it, then you can do it. So there's a lot of fights to say that. But also the last fight that I commentated was pretty emotional, where Frankie Edgar had his fight against Sandhagen, that same fight card, because it was a month away from this fight. And so to be in here in this atmosphere before my fight, calling fights, talking about other fighters, that was a different experience. I'd never really felt that before. And so that was interesting.
Dominic, has there ever been situation during your commentator job when you prepared for the tournament, breaking down fights, and you completely got idea of the future result? And when the fight played out and this was the result, and you have the feeling of deja vu maybe. And maybe example, what was the fight was?
I respectfully, I kind of don't understand the question.
So let me put it that way. You prepared for the tournament as a commentator. You watch fights, you analyzing styles of the fighters, and one specific pair of fighters, for example, fighter A against fighter B, and you analyzing, and you got idea how the result will be. And when the fight played out on the Saturday night, it was completely the same result you found when you analyzed.
What was my feeling on that?
Yes, and what the fight was it? Maybe example of this fight?
Man, it's hard to say because I've called so many now, to be honest, which one. And I try not to, I'm not really there to take track of what I do when I'm right, because it's more about breaking down each style. And you got to think of fighters as not as like two puzzle pieces and how they fit together. And that's how I try to look at every fight. And when you watch the film, you got to look for I look for their strengths, and I see how each other's strengths are going to match up. And then I try to explain that to the world so that the world knows what to watch for. That's my job as a commentator, is to explain to the fans and to the public what these two, fighter A and fighter B's gifts are and how they're going to match with each other. And then also to explain for the fighter what their gifts are so that everybody's aware of how good these athletes are. So I've done that with a lot of fights. John Jones, Daniel Cormier. I've done that with Conor McGregor and Khabib. I've done that with, just so many. But I've also had fights where, you get ridiculed for what you say. Actually, to bring that up, to clear that off, here's an example. One of the things that I said and that you see all the time is Conor is trying to gas out Khabib with the punches. That's one that I constantly hear. So, and something that Rogan said is, well, I don't think he can do anything about it. And there's a partial truth to that. I did not get my point across accurately in that moment, and so I take responsibility for that. The point I was trying to make in that particular fight is Muhammad Ali sat against the ropes for how long and ate how many punches, and they called it the rope-a-dope. Am I wrong? He sat there, covered up, and just ate shots. Sometimes you don't have a choice because the opponent is just so strong. And Khabib was manhandling Conor McGregor that night. I mean, he just completely owned him the entire fight. At that point, are you really going to waste energy trying to get up? Or are you just going to say, man, I give up trying to waste energy, get up. I'm going to cover up, and maybe for a moment, this guy will punch so much that he takes a breath of air, and then I can use that little breath, that little moment, that little space and time to get back up to my feet. So that was the point I was trying to make. Obviously, you can't gas somebody out getting beat up. But if you call it the rope-a-dope, apparently you can. Muhammad Ali did it with so many opponents. He held himself against the ropes, covered up, went like this, covered up, stuck his tongue out, covered up, and didn't move. This is the same type of situation that I was seeing, but on his back. And obviously it didn't play out. He kept taking a beating. And the main reason is Khabib never gets tired. Let's be honest. He doesn't get tired.
Dominic, the last one from me. You have one of the most legendary mothers in MMA, Mrs. Yusuf Cruz. What usually the last thing she told you before the fight, when you go to fight?
Before every fight, I pray with my mother. We pray to my higher power, Jesus Christ, and we just ask to be in the moment and be present and be grateful for the opportunity. And that's it. As long as I do that, I'm ready to go do my job. So I'm a mama's boy, that's for sure.
Dominic, thank you very much. We love you. Best luck.
Thank you.
We will take the last set of questions from Damon Martin with MMA Fighting.
And Martin.
Hey, Dom, going back to earlier, you talked about, picking the referee. I'm curious, because you are an analyst and obviously a fighter, who would be the referee? If you could pick your referee for this fight, who would it be?
Honest to God, I don't care as long as it's not Keith Peterson.
So you don't rate anyone higher than the others?
No, I don't. Listen, I didn't come up with this by accident. I came up with this because in the back before the fight where nobody's there, I had a conversation with this man and said, let me go out on the shield. And when you stop a fight with 1 second left, you're not doing your job right when I'm defending myself. So I had to stop him. The referees in the back go through the rules with you. And they're saying, don't hit a down opponent, don't eye gouge, don't hit 12 to 6 with elbows. They're going through the whole spiel. I had to stop him in the middle of that and say, hey Keith, can you go over that? I can't really understand you. And I had to grab him and get my face and look him in the eyes and say, hey, I need you for this fight, right? And he could not look me in the eyes. I don't know what his deal was that night. It might be just that night. I don't know. But that's all I'm talking about is that night. So I had a real issue. I've never had to do that with any referee in the history of fighting, ever. I mean, I've been doing this for 16 years. I've never felt that energy from a referee other than him. So as a result, I don't feel safe with that man. That's all I can say. Everybody else, cool, let's go.
With that being said, with this particular fight, Dom, as a lot of people have said going into this, they were maybe surprised that you ended up getting Casey Kenney, and obviously you accepted the fight, and you're fighting on Saturday night. But do you think that more people should be willing to fight, up and comers or prospects, however you want to look at it? Because we see this a lot. I had this conversation with Beneil Dariush, where he kind of gets frustrated, where some of the top-ranked lightweights don't want to fight the guys below them in the rankings. I always want a higher-ranked guy. I want that kind of thing. And this is obviously a big chance for him, and maybe people will say, well, you should beat Casey Kenney. He's not at a Dominick Cruz level.
I mean, that's all interpretation, you see? Like, everybody's got their interpretations, but if we start giving Casey Kenney more money, we just move him up in the rankings because you have to, because he's making more money, so you got to face him against tougher guys. The ranking has nothing to do with their skill set. It has to do with the money that they're being made and how many times they've rewritten their contract with the UFC. That's the rankings. That's it. I've had many contracts with the UFC. I'm ranked higher. Casey Kenney is newer. He's on a 3-fight win streak. When he renegotiates his contract, win, lose, or draw in his fights, as long as he's money on the next set. So that's the way this works. You fight, you sign for 6 fights, and the money pay goes up if you're doing your job right. I've been doing my job right for many years, so my pay went up. So I'm ranked. Beneil Dariush saying that more guys should be willing to face unranked fighters. I mean, again, that's his experience and his interpretation of the whole situation, which is fine. I'm not opposed to that. But I just got given this fight by the matchmaker and saw that the guy's on a 3-fight winning streak. And I said, okay, the guy's not a chump. If he's on a 3-fight winning streak, let's go. He's winning. Like, let's fight. Let's go.
Do you think it would be better, and I hear this from so many fighters, that maybe the rankings create more problems than they fix?
I don't know what the rankings are, man. I don't really care. Who makes the rankings for the guys that don't fight? Cares. I can remember being ranked number 2 on the pound for pound list. My goal was to be number 1 on the pound for pound list. And I was so close. But the guy who was ranked above me, I beat for 5 rounds. It wasn't close. It was Demetrius Johnson. And he was ranked above me on the pound for pound list after I'd beaten him. That made no sense to me. But guys who make the list don't fight. So what do they know? They don't fight. They don't know anything. Let's be honest. Guys who don't fight don't know this. They don't know it the way we know it who have fought. That's just a fact. Just like if I wanted to go be in your job, I'd have to do TV for a while. I'd have to ask the right question. I'd have to go be a journalist in school. Wouldn't you say, if I wanted to go jump into your job, would you say I could do your job better than you, David Martin?
I would hope not.
It's exactly right. That's what I'm saying. So maybe fighters need to be doing the rankings.
Fair enough. Last one for me. I'm only bringing it up. You mentioned, somebody asked you earlier about TJ Dillashaw. I'm going to ask you to kind of put on your analyst hat here. Obviously, a lot of talk has been going on about the title fight this week, and Peter Yan and Aljamain Sterling, and who will the winner face next? And a lot of people say TJ should get an automatic title shot. As a guy who fought TJ, and you mentioned obviously the maybe allegations or at least questions you had about what he might have been doing during that fight. Obviously, he's coming off a 2-year suspension. Maybe it's a broader question, but do you think guys coming off a suspension like that should jump right into a title fight, or do you think maybe they should have to earn it?
Man, anybody who gets done cheating should not get a title shot after they're done cheating. Like, what sense does that make? You're going to throw them right back at the top? Makes no sense to me. But again, this is about viewership, not what's right and wrong. Let's not get it twisted. That's it. This is about views, and TJ Dillashaw can fight, and people know he can fight, so they want to get the view. The organization wants to get views. So if they can get more views having TJ fight after a layoff or after a suspension, then they're going to do it, because it's about getting the most money in one view. That's what this fighting thing is about. That's what prize fighting is. It doesn't make sense to me to give him that opportunity. And if you really want to dock a fighter that's been cheating, I think that they should have their pay relinquished after they come back from cheating, and their money should be docked in their next couple fights rather than docked for what they fought. Because when you're coming back, that's the real challenge. He's going to get a layoff of 2 years. He got a bunch of stem cells. He got double shoulder surgery. He got a lot of rest. To me, he got a gift. He didn't get a suspension. He got a gift.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks so much, Tom. That is all the time we had for you, sir. We appreciate it.
Thanks.